Mic check. Mic check. Yeah, that 212. We about to go hang with the KSM crew. Okay. Yo. Okay, guys, look. If you can hear me right now, type a T in the chat. If you're watching from Twitch, and if you're watching from YouTube, you know what to do.
Yo, welcome back in, everybody, to another stream. It is Monday, the start of the week for me. Maybe it's already the end of a Monday for you, but we are here. We're here and we're up and we're vibing. We're doing well. It's another good day. I had some good sleep, so you know the vibes are good. Welcome in. Let's go see on the YouTube side first. Greeny Rock, welcome back in. Near Luden, Ray MP4, MJ Spicy Art, Low on Corners, Carolina. Glad to have you guys on here today. Appreciate the YouTube crew tuning in. We also got Todd Kennedy watching on the YouTube vertical side. All right, brave souls out here on the YouTube vertical side. I appreciate you guys. But let's scroll to the top. First of all, Dave, thank you so much. Glass Arrow is doing well. We are still so early into our infancy as a studio, but we are a healthy studio. We've brought in some new people on the team. We're working hard on Ground Zero. There's stuff I wish I could show you guys, like thumbnail stuff that we're working on for the teaser, stuff that I have been trying to cook up. But you guys know it's a patient game out here. Some of the beauty and struggle, I think, of sharing everything in real time with you guys is that, one, you get to see everything done and all the meticulous things that go into it. But then also, it's very meticulous and it's slow, and the reality of creating a story and creating a studio and creating a project is that these things don't happen overnight. But oftentimes what we are portrayed and what we are often fed on social media and the internet is that things do happen quickly, right? You kind of see a game come out or a show or a movie and you're like, whoa, that's crazy. How they come up with this, so, you know, like out of nowhere. But the reality of it is these things do take time, and I appreciate you guys joining me on this journey. Speaking of you guys joining me on the journey, let's see who was first. Mockbox. Did you change your name? What happened to Mockbox Yo? I thought it was Mockbox Yo. I guess people change. People get older. They don't like that anymore, I guess. That's okay. That's all right. Thank you for the follows. Everybody who's tuning in, thank you for tuning in today. Dylan, Ernesto, Rev Scribbles, Calvin, Algarca, JJ Master, Anari, Cursed. Who else? We got Frozen Primordial. That's a cool name. Sounds like a cool D&D name. Let's see who else we got on here. We got Art Jamble, Alex the Great, Glass Arrow, 13 Brioche as well. Jack of Mayhem. Glad to have you on here as well. Appreciate first time chatters, long time listeners. You know what I'm saying? We got here Kayla. How's it going, Kayla? The vibes are good today. Somebody said, my struggle, my KSM. Thank you. I don't know what that means, but appreciate that, YouTube. Okay, so what are we doing today? Let me find some. Let me gather some notes, some things of what I wanted to do today. So the first thing that I wanted to do was, well, let's just catch up. How are people's weekends? On a scale of 1 to 7, everybody type how their weekend was. For me, I give it a solid 5. I'm typing a 5 for myself. It was a little bit better than average, but I mean, you know, it could be better. 7 is too short. That's good, right? If you say it's a 7 out of 7, damn, some of you guys had really good weekends. I said out of 7. Is that type of 9s, typing 8s? Dang, somebody said -5. Sorry to hear that, Havim. -5, jeez. Yikes. Yeah, no, I had a good weekend. You know what I did was I rewatched a movie that I hadn't seen in a long time, which was Treasure Planet. Treasure Planet is a Disney movie. It came out in the early 2000s. Some of you may have never heard of it. It follows this guy named Jim Hawkins, kind of a rebellious kid who's trying to look for treasure. Man, I didn't realize how impactful that movie was to me when I first watched it, because I think it was actually my first like true introduction to sci-fi growing up, at least in terms of animation. Man, that I watched it again and I said, damn, that movie really influenced a lot of what I enjoyed later in life, from Back to the Future to Pirates of the Caribbean to One Piece to, you know, everything sci-fi afterwards. Like who's the Jules Verne even had some, you know, like Journey to the Center of the Earth, and all of these just different authors, creators, storytellers and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh yeah, and I watched it with Panda, and I told Panda, have you seen this movie? She was like, I've seen this before, I don't want to watch it. And I was like, really? You've seen this movie? She was like, I've seen it. And then we're watching it, and then she goes, wait, is this the movie with the girl with the white hair? And I was like, no, that's Atlantis, bro. Okay. Come on, man. No, that's two different movies. Come on. But honestly, I get it. I think both movies were kind of targeted for an older audience. The art style was very similar. Thematically, they were exploring new lands and stuff. So I get it. Atlantis is a good movie too, but personally, if I had to choose between the two, I think I really liked Treasure Planet more. Look, I'm just not a fan of the whole colonizer energy, you know, like I come in from a new land and I'm here to educate you and look at how magic, I don't know, like I get you know what I'm saying? Like the movie was good, mind you, and it wasn't giving off like Pocahontas energy or anything, but still like at the core of the story, it's a bunch of explorers trying to look for some booty, you know, some treasure. And then here they are making themselves look all fantastical, but then they're also causing literally half of the problems that the civilization wouldn't have otherwise had if those people didn't show up there. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, but wait, I'm a good guy. Look at me. Hey girl. Hey, pretty indigenous girl. Let me help you out. And it's like, come on, man. What are you talking about right now? What is this? Hey, but the art style was good though. You know what I'm saying? The art style was clean, right? The art style was nice. Yeah, people are gonna say in Milo's defense he was tricked. Fair enough, right? But still, this is what I'm saying. Like, it's a good movie. I'll give it that. But at its core, you kind of have to take it for what it is. Anyways, that's kind of what I did this weekend. I watched that. I kind of chilled as well. It was a good weekend. I didn't get to watch there's a show, not a show. There's an animated movie on Netflix called Predator. It's like a Predator movie from the Alien vs. Predator series, and it's an animated one. It's a cool looking movie. I haven't seen it yet, but my mentor actually was the art director for that movie. So I feel like I need to watch it. But let me know if you guys saw that movie, if it was decent. I have not yet to watch it. Everyone else was money hungry, I guess. I mean, Milo was hungry for something else. Avatar had the same issue with the whole colonizer savior thing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, it's kind of, yeah, I don't know. I think Avatar looked nice, but it kind of felt the same way. Similar vibes. But again, I think the movie is a good movie. I give it a solid 7.5 out of 10. But anyways, let's talk about today. Let's talk about, speaking of blue people, what a good segue, cuz take a look at this. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. All right, so let me show you guys. Let me show you guys this. This is what we did last stream, or not last stream. Last stream we did this, and I decided to change a few things. And let me show you guys what I did. So take a good look at this. All right, absorb it in your brain, because this is no longer how she looks like. All right, this I changed it, and now she looks like this. Ta-da! I had a lot of fun with her. I had a lot of fun changing up the design, getting her to feel a little bit more bold, more alien-esque, more blue shrimpy-esque. And then I gave her a frog-themed bag with some little bit of music and stuff. Oh, the fly is there. I just never finished it, so I just kind of hid it. But the fly is there. Her fly beast is still there. But yeah, I had a lot of fun just kind of changing up her design a little bit more, giving it some more pizzazz. So you can kind of see, hold on. If I were to do this, 1 second. If I did this, there you go. I had a bit of fun, as you guys can see. Yeah, but I most of it really was I took a look at the design, and I looked at it and I said, I can push it more, you know? Like, I think, like, this is cool, but I feel like I wanted it to be more me, more unique, you know? Like more my ideas, because I don't mean to disrespect our first design, but I feel like I've seen her somewhere. There was something about it. I was like, I feel like I could have seen her. I could have seen her in an Atlantis movie. She could have been one of the girls in Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? So I felt like I wanted to really push it narratively. I wanted to push it stylistically a little bit more, and just make things that I think were more holistically me. And so we came up with this design yesterday. But overall, you can kind of see the similarities are pretty much there, right? A lot of the same silhouettes, the same shapes, mostly just really changing and punching up the details of certain things. I like the bag. The bag was a tough one to work on, but I'm glad that I found a relatively decent solution to the bag. Because I was originally thinking I was going to try to make her like a fusion of a frog, you know, but I felt like that was maybe pushing it a little too much thematically. So I gave her highlights of things that were froggy, but then I just gave her the green frog bag. But yeah, I'm very happy with how she looks. Yeah, very, very happy with the results. Somebody in the chat said, I thought she was a musician. I mean, that's what I said she was. That's what I said. That is what I said. I said she was a musician. She do be musicianing. But yeah, that's kind of what we had. But what are we doing today though? Are we doing some Adon drawings today? No, actually, today is day 3. Today is day 3 of the character design workshop, and what I'm going to be doing today is a little bit different than what we've been doing in previous streams. Today, I'm actually going to be looking at your submissions, and we're going to talk a little bit about anatomy, form and proportions, and how to basically line it up so that way your characters can match the proportions of the show, and in that way you can match the proportions of your own style with even your own character. Because let's be real, guys, put an F in the chat if you've ever tried to draw your character, right, and you drew them from a different angle, you drew them from a different perspective, and they just don't look the same anymore. Things are not lining up anymore, right? So today, that's what we're going to be focusing on. Don't be stressed. Don't have anxiety, okay? This is Everything that we do out here is meant to help you guys grow as artists. I'm not here to knock anybody down. I'm not here to tell you guys you suck or whatever. I'm here just to help you guys level up so that way you can draw better characters and draw characters that you are more confident in, right? That's really all it is. And so what we're going to do is we're actually going to start off by breaking down this character right here. This is the one that we did. So I'll show you guys how I will be approaching breaking down this mannequin. And then from there, we're also going to be picking out some of your submissions. And then what we can do from that is actually build a catalog of different character body types, character proportions that you guys can start using as references. Ooh, how does that sound? You get a whole set of references of different character mannequins, different character body types that eventually we can then start rotating and doing turnarounds for and all that fun stuff. But yes, if that sounds good to you, if that sounds interesting to you, type a W in the chat. Let me get some things ready on my side. And I guess let's get today's stream started. You think you have time to submit a rough draft for the stream? Do you think I have time to submit a rough draft? Do I think you have rough time? Yeah, I think you have some time. You can always submit. Again, you can imagine that everybody who submits, you know, you guys have a different style and stuff, but when you're working on a production, it's very, very important to try to find a way to understand the core style and then try to draw for that style. So with that being said, let's talk about this little girl right here. Let me do some things. Okay, so what I did initially was I basically took this design. I'm going to lower the opacity, and I already did kind of this mannequin shape here, but I felt like I kind of wanted to show you guys a little bit more of like how I approach it, so that way you guys can see my thought process of things before we jump into actually drawing the mannequin, right? So the first thing that I like to do is actually step one. Let's kind of write these steps down, right? So how do you get good proportions for your character? Step numero uno. Step numero uno is, well, let's play some music. Step numero uno is play some music. Let's see. Step one is we're going to look at general proportions. Okay. And what we're going to be looking for are things like the height. And sometimes what I like to do is, in particular, I like to look relative to the head. So I like to use the head as a kind of a baseline there. So we'll talk about that. And then we like to talk about width too. This is one that I feel like is not oftentimes looked at. But we're going to take a look at, you know, this way and this way. So that's the first step for me, I think, is just looking at general proportions. This will knock out a good portion of honestly a lot of it. Then what we're going to be looking at is we're going to be looking at now anatomical proportions, right? So anatomic, hopefully I'm spelling that right. Anatomical proportions. And so from here, what we're going to be looking at is, for example, proportions of the arms, right? Proportions of the legs, and how all of those things relate to each other, right? The relationship of all of these landmarks and components with each other. This is going to be very important to look at, because you don't want to end up with a character that is going to look like Kylo Ren, right? So JJ Masters, you know, he wants his characters to look like Kylo Ren. I'm going to show you how to avoid having it look like it's a little too skewed. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to be looking at that one today, anatomical proportions. And then last but not least, I think what we want to look at is just general form. This is something that honestly, form is a big one, because this is one that even in the professional space, you can tell which artists have good understanding of forms and which ones could work more on it, right? You can just tell. And so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how you can have better understanding of forms and how all of these components work together. All right. And then maybe we'll talk about anatomy and stuff like that. We'll see. We'll do like a sprinkle. Maybe we'll do a maybe we'll do anatomy. We'll see how we feel. Okay. Does that sound good with you guys? General proportions, height, and anatomical proportions, and then forms. Hopefully that sounds good. If it sounds good with you, well, I guess it's time for us to get started. So let's go ahead and get started with and we're back. We're back. All right. Thanks again for sticking around for the ad breaks, guys. They always help my streams, allow me to do what I'm doing out here. So thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate that. Yeah. Also, really quick, if it is your first time here, which I know for some of you it might be, welcome into the KSM crew. My name is KSM. I am a professional artist in the animation industry, having worked on shows that have done stuff like okay, thank you. Damn, thank you for that. Molly Mosa, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Molly said, we need more drawing requests, KSM. We need Goth Reina. We need more beach scenes for Ground Zero. Thank you for the W. Bernie Sanders, thank you for the prime sub. Let's go, Bernie Sanders. We appreciate you as well. 10 months. Hey, love you. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Give me E-Boy Kai. Oh my gosh. Okay. Damn, let's go. All right. So as I was saying, guys, as I was saying, if it's your first time here, welcome into the KSM crew. My name is KSM. I'm a professional artist in the animation industry, having worked for studios that have done shows like Castlevania, Legends of Vox Machina, Mighty Nine, Tomb Raider, all that cool stuff. And out here on my streams, I love to help you guys level up your drawing skills, your anatomy skills, or your character design skills. Honestly, I just want to help you grow as artists. And so if you guys are here for the first time, make sure you like and subscribe if you're watching from YouTube, and make sure to follow me here on Twitch if it's your first time tuning in here. And if you're somehow watching me from TikTok, because some people do watch me from TikTok, join Twitch. Join the Twitch experience instead, because I think that's really where all the fun is. That is really where all the fun is. Somebody said, KSM, would you ever do a background course? I personally only do backgrounds for funsies, but I do have somebody on my team who's an amazing background artist, and we have been talking about that. We have been talking about what it might look like to do a background type of workshop with you guys out here on the streams. So maybe it is out there. Thank you for the follow, Massacre. Okay. Wow. Massacre. 3D or 2D for backgrounds? That's a good question, because we do both. We do both for Glass Arrow. We probably will be doing 2D first, because the concepts of 2D drawing backgrounds, I think, are more important than learning the 3D tools. My bad for the name. Nah, it's cool. That's a wild name. Massacre? Crazy. Okay, really quick. So here's kind of the notes and stuff of what we're going to do today. If you guys missed it, that's okay. We will be going over these more in depth later when I will turn it into a YouTube video. I'm going to turn it into a full-on YouTube video, and we'll get all the, we'll get all the juice and stuff for that one. Somebody's asking, do you do any portfolio reviews? Actually, yes, I do. And we do it at a pretty affordable price at $10. You can not only get portfolio reviews from me, but you can get mentored by me. You can get access to a bunch of my tutorial videos, my brush packs, resources. All of those things are available. That's right. We got here a perfectly timed ad. Thank you for dropping that in, Bree Koru Mark. You guys can join the After School Art Crew, where you can get mentored, reviews of your portfolios, weekly tutorials that I do that are not here on the public section, but on the private side here for our smaller community. And you can get to meet other artists who can hopefully hold you accountable. For some of the stuff that you are doing and want to do as an artist. And look at that. We actually got here. JJ Master is one of those people dedicated to the craft. They've been out here, they've been grinding, and they are part of the After School Art Crew. So if you want to see more of JJ Master's shenanigans, not just here in the public streams, but in the private ones too, you guys can join in. All right, join in on those. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good, tight-knit community. But all right, speaking of which, we do have a TTS. Let's knock that TTS out before I jump into today's drawings.
Is this alliance specifically with your style for the show, or is it just how to mess with proportions in a way that still complements the character more broadly?
Oh, I think it's both. It's both, right? Obviously, we're going to be using mine as a reference, but normally when I teach proportion, right? I'll give you guys a bit of an introduction. Normally when I teach proportion out here on my streams, I'm usually relating it to the human body. So we'll usually have a picture of a real person, like a real photograph of a person, and we'll talk about proportions that way. We're not doing that today, so instead replace that, and we're going to be talking about it relative to my style. But what I want you guys to know is everything that I'm going to share with you guys today is not specific to my style. I'm going to give you guys general tips and tricks and tools that you can use to alter the styles for whatever it is that you are looking to do, right? Whatever it is that you want to change and alter and stuff, you can alter those things. All right. So that's kind of what I'm hopefully trying to provide for you guys today, is a little bit of information in that regard. So with that being said, let's go start off here first with Kai. We're gonna start with our scale reference. So if you guys have wondered what the heck is this, what is a scale reference? This is something that we use in the industry to basically determine how to draw everybody else relative to this one character. In this case, this guy is the main character of my story, and so it's good to understand how tall or how short or how big or how small something is relative to this guy. It doesn't mean you have to draw every character to look exactly like this guy, right? But I think it's again a good kind of a baseline. But yeah, I mean, you guys can see here, whenever I design characters, I try to make my characters feel different shape-wise, try to make them feel different height-wise, build-wise than this character right here. Even we did this one, actually, I didn't show you guys, but I worked on this one a little bit more off stream, just kind of cleaned her up a bit, as you guys can see. But here is the Shark Girl that Art Jamble submitted, and I basically just did a little bit of touch up. That's it. You know, I just had a little bit of fun with it. You know, we get a little bit of pizzazz out here, and we'll be doing these probably maybe every 2 weeks. I'll pick one of your guys' submissions, and I'll show you how I would draw it in my style. You know, just kind of having a bit of fun with it. And something you'll notice actually right off the bat with this one is that I'm trying to find the layers here. Oh, here we go. Even with this one, I actually think that she's still a little big, so I'm gonna shrink her down just a tad bit. But anyways, let's get into today's stuff. So here we have this design, and I'm going to start off by drawing it out. All right. Seeing you do this helps me with my own iterations. Nice. That's good to hear. All right, let's go play some tunes, because this is going to be a little bit boring for the first part, but I do like listening to music. All right. So the first thing I like to do before I do anything is I always like to capture here the proportion of the head. I think this is one that I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen videos of, seen books on this, tutorials on this one. The proportion of the head. 1's in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. 2's in the chat if you haven't seen this before. It's okay if you haven't, mind you. There's no shame in that. It's just good for me to know the baseline of the community and where people are. But I would assume that a good number of you have at least heard about this concept of using the head as a measurement. Now, the head proportions and all that stuff, it's not an exact science, so don't get too caught up in it. I always tell people this, like sometimes people get too obsessed with this whole head proportions thing, but don't get too caught up in it. I think it's really more about relative proportions than it is about making it exactly 7 or 8 heads tall. But you'll see here, as I will move Kai's head, right? I'm gonna move his head. Boom. Good looking dude here. I'm gonna go ahead here and I'm just gonna duplicate his head a couple times, and we'll see what we get. So let me guess. Actually, let's do this. How many heads tall do you think this guy is? Let's just do a test. How many heads tall do you think Kai will be? I have a relative idea of the proportions. How long will today's stream be? I think it'll be as long as I need it to be. Is my motto. Hopefully not too long, but also we'll see. Some people are saying 7, some people are saying 8, 7.5. Some people are changing it to 9. Let's see. We're gonna find out. Why am I missing a head? Oh, because I only had 6. Jeez. What the hell, bro? Why is this guy so tall? All right, so what are we looking at? Hello? um Does anyone know the hotkey for the line tool? Oh, it's you. Really? Why is it you? That's such a weird measurement. That's kind of the halfway point right there, right? So again, roughly about 8 heads tall. Let's get rid of some of these heads. Okay. Merge that. Nice. 7.75. Kasem, you're rounding up, bro. He's not actually 8. He's not actually 8 heads tall. He's actually 7.75. But no, actually it should be 8 because you don't count. This is a common mistake I see, right? Is a lot of artists will think that this whole head technique thing is actually like at the base of the foot here, but it's not. It's not at the tip of the toe, but it's actually here at this base right here, because you have to remember that this character is standing in perspective. And so you have to count it relative to the ground. And so he's actually about 8 heads tall. So this is great because now this gives us an idea of these type of characters. Oh yeah, see, some of you may not have known about this. So that's great. I'm glad that I was able to educate you guys a little bit on that one. You always have to think about your characters in perspective. So let me go ahead and do this actually. Where is this Kai scale? Oh, it's over here. Hold on. I'm gonna move it up. I'm gonna bring him up so that way we can work on him like this. Okay. There you go. So hopefully you guys can see that now, right? Your character has to stand on a ground plane. And when you can see that, again, this is all about forms and again being able to showcase the three-dimensionality of your character, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit. Can you make an updated head and neck tutorial? Because I was watching, so someone on YouTube's asking me if I can make a new head and neck tutorial because they didn't get it. Because the ones that you have are confusing. Here's what I'll say about that. I spoke about it last stream, but I told people on my last stream, I said, if I'm ever gonna make a new anatomy tutorial series, just know that it's going to be even more complex than the one I've already done now. I'm not going to make anything easier because you can already find that on the internet. There are already hundreds of YouTubers and books and tutorials out there to talk about the basics of drawing a head. I want, for myself personally, I want to get into the nitty gritty. If I'm going to drop an anatomy tutorial for you guys, just know that it's going to be like PhD level. It's going to be like me getting into the nuance of muscle striations and how that all affects the face and the contour of the shapes of the skeletal and muscular anatomy of the skull. I'm not going back to baby stuff. I'm sorry. Like, part of it is I've already done some of the work to create intermediate level tutorial stuff, but also part of it is it already exists. You know, it already exists, and so I'm not as interested in creating stuff that I think already exists. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sure there are many of you who see my tutorials and you're like, Kason, this is not beginner friendly. Man, it's not beginner friendly, and I know it's not. It was never meant to be beginner friendly. I think it was meant to be like a beginner intermediate friendly, but I think it does go in depth. It does go a little bit in depth, but I think that was my intention. Was I wanted to create something for myself that I felt like I wasn't seeing on the internet. You know, that was really it. Was I was just seeing that there wasn't really much super in-depth anatomy tutorials that were free. I mean, there were a lot of paid ones, but not a lot of free ones. And so that was for me a big driver of why I made that series. So I apologize. I apologize to you, my YouTube viewer, that you will not get that. But again, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because I think there are many other YouTubers and tutorials out there that I think can do what you're looking for. Right. Speaking of which, I don't know. I was thinking about doing something like this, but would you guys be interested in if I were to do like a, what you call it, an art book haul video, like my top 5 favorite art books or something? Let me know if that's something you guys would be like, ooh, Kasim, I'm down for that. Because this is a question that I've been getting a lot, and I'm like, maybe I should just make a video. That way I can just tell people, stop asking me. Watch the video. Please just watch this video. I made it so that I don't have to be so that I don't have to say it every single time with the, you know, what it is. Oh shit. Yes, please. I love art books. Okay. Fair enough.
How much do you think you learn from art books versus other places?
It depends. I think in the past, I used to buy art books primarily for the purpose of learning from them, right? Like learning directly, like tutorial books on this is the anatomy of this, or this is the whatever of that. But more recently, I've actually been buying art books of artists in general, just so that I can see how they work. That's really it. Like I think for me personally, some of the best art books that I've found are the ones where I just get to see the sketches of the artist. I get to see how their coloring process. Those things I think are very fascinating to me, because I'm at a slightly different stage, I think, in my art journey, where I'm not necessarily looking for how-to anatomy books anymore. I'm looking more for like how did you as an artist create the type of work that you did? You know, like, how did you approach it? Like, what was your thought process, the problem solving? But with that being said, I think there are still a lot of really, really good foundational books that I have collected over the years that I think are worth sharing for sure. Oh yeah, the Yo-Yo Shinari book is pretty good too. I agree. Pretty good book. Okay, so here's one thing to consider. I didn't account for this one, so I'm going to account for it now. But you also have to account for the hair of your character as well. It's fine. I didn't account for it. The hair and the shoes of your character. But let's just go with this. Okay, so we have here this baseline 8 heads tall for your character. Here's what I like to do. Okay, here's what I like to do with my character designs. And again, you don't have to do it this way, but this is generally how I like to approach my character designs for let's just say Kai Valen over here. So the first thing I like to notice is that because it's 8 heads tall, what I like to do is I like to split my character in half right here. So this right here is going to be the base landmark, right, of where the pelvis ends. Now, if you've seen other videos of mine that I've done, you will see that this is not always the case, okay? If you're working, for example, in a style where you're drawing a character 8 heads tall, sometimes you can put the line right here, and in doing so, you can actually create a much taller looking character, right? So this is kind of the fun part about character design. Again, is what I was talking about, was that it really depends on where you want things to be. Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oligarcha to Gemurai, Jax, Lego Bimo, Manorize, X Takio, and Darka D. What's going on? Thank you for the subs on YouTube as well. X Forest, Jeff E. Hello? Is there like a special promo today? Like, why are people gifting subs so much today? Hold on. Is there a promo that I didn't know about? Let me check real quick. You guys are just gifting subs today? Like that? It is 35% off. Oh, that is why. 35% off today on subs. Oh shit. I don't know. I was just curious. I was just curious why. Thank you, but I deserve the gifts. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you so much for the gifted subs. And it looks like you guys want another drawing. You guys are saying, K-Sam, give us another drawing. What is going on? Y'all like, we need more, K-Sam. We want more traditional drawing for Ground Zero. If you guys didn't know, by the way, this sub goal, for those of you who are curious what it means, basically, if we hit this sub goal right here, the one that's the yellow orange bar, you guys can request a drawing from me, a traditional drawing from me. And what I will do is I will actually give it away to the community. We're going to raffle it away. So if you guys are interested in that, maybe you want to see some fan art for Ground Zero, some stuff that I definitely normally would not draw, or you just want to support the streams, there's a discount today apparently. Or if you just, I don't know, you just want to see if you have a chance of winning that thing, do consider it. I wish you would let us vote. No, I already gave you guys the option to suggest. If I gave you guys the option to vote as well, then it's not going to be as random, and it's going to be literally you guys voting for freaky stuff. Okay? And I'm not a fan of that, because at the end of the day, what's going to end up happening is it's just going to be people requesting freaky stuff all the time. At least if I have to draw freaky stuff, I want it to be random. Okay? I don't want to blame you guys. I want to blame the RNG. Okay? But otherwise, if people start voting and it gets too weird on the votes, then I'm going to stop doing it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at you. You know who you are. You know who you are. Okay. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. And we're back. All right. Thank you for the 5 gifted sub. Appreciate that. Alagarka, thank you so much for another 5 gifted out here. Really maximizing on today's discount. I appreciate you. All right. Thank you guys. The sub goal is getting close, man. The sub goal is getting closer and closer. It's kind of scary out here. Okay. Alagarka. Is it not Garka? Alakarga. That's a hard name to say, man. What am I supposed to do? It says there's a Q in there. Okay. Anyways, as I was saying though, when it comes to drawing the proportions, what I wanted to do was I wanted to actually give Kai longer legs. So here's a little hack that I did. Okay. So normally when you're drawing characters, and you'll see this when you're studying anatomy, normally you can draw characters, and what you can have is you can have the torso, roughly have here the torso and the pelvis should be kind of like roughly the same distance, right? So imagine we had this. So the torso right here at that 5th rib cage to the clavicle should generally be roughly the same distance here. That's usually how it works. Let me kind of go in here, and we'll see that later today. So let me like open this one out. So a quick little hack, right, is you can just do this. If you're struggling with the torso and the body and the hips and the proportions of that, this is normally what I do. I just go in here and I say, okay, I want the clavicle, and I want from clavicle to the 5th rib to roughly the bottom of the pelvis. A little bit of room there. Right? Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Am I in the wrong layer? Ah, shoot. Hold on. I'm on the blue layer. My bad. I really should make an... Is it this layer? Oh, okay. It's this layer. I'm like writing everything on different layers, and that's driving me insane. Okay. Okay. We need some big back characters in Ground Zero. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a few. I just need to roll them. I just need to roll the characters, the character attributes. I mean, we kind of had it with him, but he wasn't really muscular. I think they said he was a weak guy. The moment that they give me a buff dude, it's over. It's over. Yo, what the heck? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Funkai to Act Libs, Void Stars, Ina MC, Maple XT, and Uria. Yo, sheesh. And thank you for joining in the live streams for the first time. We got here Music for Work, Gleam Arts, and Alexi. Hello? What's going on, guys? Thank you so much. Appreciate the gifted subs today. Insane. So, what the heck? We're like 15 subs away now. 15 subs away from hitting another drawing request. I haven't even done the first one yet. Actually insane. So normally, this is why this is so important, because I wanted to show you guys that normally there are standard rules of proportions that you want to follow for your character, but you can see that for a character like Kai, I really wanted his legs to be longer. So what I said was, I'm going to find here the landmark of the greater trochanter, which is effectively here the bony joint there of the femur, right? And here's another general rule of thumb. You take this length right here, and from the base of the foot, not counting for the sole of his shoe and stuff, right? And if you find that halfway mark, it's a little bit hard to approximate, but I'm going to say it's probably right around here. Okay? The halfway mark right here from this to this is generally where you want the knees to be. The bottom of the knees. Okay? At least for like human proportions. But what I did was I said I wanted Kai's character to feel like he has longer legs. And so I changed the style. I changed the rules of the proportions, and I said instead of putting the legs right here, which is normally how you'll see it in let me see if I could find an example. Maybe we should find one like a human example. Okay, let me find a quick reference. I'm sure I have something offhand that I can just yoink. I think it would be good to break it down from a person. Kasem didn't even make the first drawing. That's literally what I just said. I said you guys are trying to have already the second request, and I haven't even drawn the first one yet. Okay, here's a good example. Oh, no, I need a not naked. not naked one so that way I don't get in trouble. Okay, this guy seems okay. Okay. This one okay? Let me just make sure. Maybe this guy's better. This guy's not as I'll just cover his nippies. Where is it? Where is he? Oh, here we go. Here we go. This one? Ah, he's kind of naked. That's probably fine. Okay. Okay. Please don't ban me, YouTube. Okay. So let's actually take a look at the human proportions. All right. The human proportions. So that way you can see it compared to what I'm changing. Because I realize I need to change. I need to show you guys first reality before I show you my genjutsu. Right? Before I show you my genjutsu and my technique, I need to show you the truth. So let's talk about the truth. So again, we're going to do the same exercise that we've done earlier, right? We're going to get the top of the head right here. And you'll find, actually, watch this. Oh, shit. Yep, that's exactly what I thought. Okay. So the average human body, right? The average human body, and again, this will vary depending on people and stuff, and you can study this. You can definitely study this, but the average human proportion here, as you'll find, is roughly about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heads tall, right? If you've ever read Loomis, Bridgman, Riley, any of these other art educators, you might say that some might say that the head is 7.5 heads tall. Some might say that it's 7 heads tall. It's relative to the height and build of a person, but when we're talking about the average, okay, the average is going to be about 7 heads tall. And here's what I like about this 7 heads tall technique, because I'm going to show it to you guys, and once you see it, it'll blow your mind, okay? Check this out. The halfway point, guys, what is 7 divided by 2? What is 7 divided by 2? 3.5. Thank you. Thank you. So 3.5 would land somewhere right around here. And here's the beautiful thing about proportions. Okay, check this out. When you take here the proportion, and you can actually see the bony landmark. Look at this right here. This right here is not a random bump on the body. This landmark right here is known as the greater trochanter. Okay, greater trochanter. I'm totally butchering the name. But effectively, this becomes the origin of the length of the leg. And as you guys might recall from this example right here, what I said was, once you have this is first of all the halfway mark of the body where you can split the human in half, right? From the top of the head. So this right here, the greater trochanter, is also the halfway point, right? This right here is the halfway point. 1/2 the full height. All right. Are you guys following so far? Thank you for the follow. Shark bite. Hey, yo. What the hell? Yo, are you guys locked in or what? Hello? Okay. So once you have that halfway point, here are some cool little fun things that you can do with the human body. All right. If you take the halfway point from here to here, right, to that base of the foot, this is what I was telling you guys. So the halfway mark would be roughly about from halfway to here. You can see right there, it's roughly the knees. Okay. Curse chat. Chat's getting a little too comfortable right now. We might have to start banning some people. This is why chat is the best. No, that's sus. That's a little sus. Okay. So what this means is that the leg, check this out. This is because I don't know. Hold on. The music's a little too hype right now. I don't know if you guys are catching this. Okay. This is one of the easy, understandable hacks right here of the human body. Check this out. If you guys know that the start of the leg, okay, this is the femur bone. The start of the leg is halfway on the body, and if you know that the knees are halfway from this point to the bottom right here, what this does is it tells you easily when you're drawing a character, right? This is the height of your character. Look at this. You go in here. You can easily draw the proportions of your character because now you know that the halfway is where the leg starts. F's in the chat if you've ever struggled with the proportions of your character and you've wondered, Kasem, I don't know how long are the legs supposed to be? How am I supposed to do it? Pay attention. Okay? This is it. This is it. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, chat. The subset of you right now that are asking about relative proportion size. Pay attention, because this is how you solve it. See? Don't let the chat distract you, guys. Lock in. Lock in. Your brain is finding every excuse right now to not pay attention. Because it says, no, it can't be that easy. Keep struggling. Keep struggling, bro. Art is hard. Art is hard, bro. Keep struggling. It's not hard, guys. You're just not locked in. All right? You're not locked in. So this is what I'm talking about. This right here is one of the easiest hacks for understanding how to draw the proportions of the legs. Okay? You take the total height of a person, and then you divide that by half, and you will get something called the greater trochanter. This right here is basically the bony joint of the femur, and once you take that, and once you know this is the halfway point, you divide it in half again, and you get the knees. And once you have this, you should never struggle with drawing proportions again, because you can just take the height of your character, split it in half, and do this every time. And you know it. You know the proportions now. So hopefully this helps. All right. This is important. This is important. All right. So let's continue, because you're going to understand once you have a basic understanding of these landmarks, you're going to then understand why I changed what I did for ground zero, or at least for Kai. All right. Let's continue. Okay. So other things to note, pay attention to this, because this is kind of cool. If you take a look from here to here, the top of the head, this is going to be a harder question, okay? What is 3.5 divided by 2? 3.5 divided by 2. This one's a harder one. $1.75. Yes. So check this out. Where is 1.75 in this body? It's probably right around here, give or take. This is the halfway mark, so right about here, right? Now, normally, I think it's a little bit off, okay? It's a little, and it depends on the person. I guess this one's should be actually a little bit lower now that I'm looking at it. So it should be like this. There you go. Much better. Okay. So from here, normally this halfway mark right here, right? The one that we said, the 1.75. So the halfway from the top of the head to that greater trochanter, the halfway point of the body, it's where the nipples are. All right. You know how I told you guys to lock in earlier? Well, now lock in on the nipples. But this is great because, again, this gives you a general idea of where things are, right? So that the 1/4, the 1/4 mark from the top of the head to, again, that baseline is the nippies. The nippies. So you go from here and then you go from here, right? The halfway mark should be where the nipples are. Isn't that crazy? Locking on the nipples. Look. I'm going to make a questionable YouTube video, all right? If you want to learn how to draw better character proportions, what you need to do is lock in on the nipples. Now, hold on before you try to ban me. Let me explain. When you take a look at the total height of a character, all right? And if you want to understand how to easily draw these characters, all you have to do is find, for example, the total height of your character, which is, let's say, this guy right here, 7 heads tall. You find the halfway mark right here, which is going to be the start of the leg, all right? This is that bone called the greater trochanter. Well, technically, it's the femur, but it's the little nub right there of the femur. And then the halfway point right here is going to be the knees. But from there, even from the top of the head to that midsection right there, is actually where the nipples are going to land. So if you go ahead and draw a character, you can figure out here from the top of the head where the nipples are and even where that baseline of where the legs will start. It's that easy. Halfway. Hopefully that helps. Please don't ban me. Okay. You know what I'm saying? We're walking in here to some knowledge. This is some Leonardo da Vinci. He figured this shit out a long time ago. That's why he had that dude with the circle that puts his hands out. It's actually pretty magical. All right. So we got here the nippies halfway from there. But there's actually something else that you guys may have missed. This right here is actually also the start of the 5th rib, right? That sternum right here. Check this out. Right here is where it ends, and that's where the pectoral muscles basically land. So what does that tell you? It tells you that this portion the chest should roughly start at about 2 heads down. Does that make sense? Are we still locked in right now? Focus, chat. Focus. Okay. What does that tell you? It means that right here, it is 2 heads down. And that's great. Yeah. Oh, people are seeing it now. 2 heads down. So if you've ever again wondered, where do I place the chest area, KSM? How does that work? It's simple. 2 heads down. Okay. Now, let's continue locking in. Right here, you might say, KSM, we have the halfway mark here for where the pelvis starts, but how do I know where the pelvis ends? Okay. It's right here. Right? Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right here, it ends at 4 heads down. You see what I'm saying? Maybe it's a bit different. Nope, it's not different because what you're focusing on are the boobas. Lock in. Lock in. The boobas are different than the skeletal anatomy. The skeletal anatomy, the structure of the sternum right here, right, that wraps around the 5th rib and all that stuff, that is the same. Then there are pectoral muscles, and then there are the actual breasts. So don't focus on the boobas, chat. Focus on the skeletal anatomy. Oh, if you're talking about nippies, yeah, nippies can change. Sure. Nippies can change, and then you have to do this thing where it flows on an arch. But we're not focusing on that one. They're talking about nippies. Oh, my bad. But still, lock in though. For the nippies, you follow just an arch like this. And so if it's a girl and you really wanna, you wanna be one of those, you just land them there. You land them there. You want a smaller, like not as insane, regular. You land them there. Anyways, that's not the focus of today's stream. Today's stream is focused on proportions. Okay? Proportions. All right. So with that being said, those are actually the main things that I like to talk about, is really just capturing those main sections. Now, the other thing I want to call out is it's actually going to be this one right here. This is what I was doing earlier. All right. Here we go. When you take from the clavicle right here, okay? When you take from the clavicle right here and you go here to about the 10th rib, okay? Right here, the 10th rib. Check this out. Oh, shoot, hold on. I have to do it on a new layer. So how do you know, first of all, where the 10th rib is? That's a great question. The 10th rib, you can find it right here. If you like touch the side of your body. All right. You can find those little sections right there of the rib that jut out a little bit. Okay. You take that. Watch this. You flip it down. So here I always approximate it too low, but roughly the clavicle, the start of the clavicle and the 5th rib right about there. But that's really it. That's really all you got to do to draw the torso well. Okay? So you take from the clavicle, the collarbone, aka clavicle, all right? Clavicle. And you can see that the 10th rib is just halfway from the clavicle to the 5th rib. right? This is the 5th rib. So it's just halfway. And then from there, the halfway roughly is where roughly the pelvis starts, and then roughly where the pelvis ends. Right? So now, when you put it all together, all right? When you put it all together, take a look at this. You go like this. You take Not bad. Not bad. Okay, so you guys are locked in today. I see. All right. You guys are locked in today. All right. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. I'm proud of you guys. Only during the game, though, apparently. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Beanich, the Cougar, Rizaz, Shark Bite. Thank you for the subs. Zach Glover, I appreciate you guys tuning in today. Also, if it's your first time, again, welcome in. Thank you for sticking around for the ad breaks. My name is KSM. I'm a professional artist in the animation industry, having worked for studios that have done stuff like Castlevania, Legends of Vox Machina, and all that cool stuff. And so if you guys are here for the first time, you guys like art education, you guys like art challenges, maybe you want to learn about how anime is made and all that cool stuff, leave a follow, like and subscribe if you're watching from YouTube, and I hope you guys enjoy today's live stream. Okay, so as I was saying, here is why this is so powerful, right? If you take this understanding of where the clavicle and the 10th rib and the pelvis need to be, okay, that is sometimes all you need. That is sometimes all you need to draw characters of any type and build. So let me show you what I mean. Okay? Let's just say you draw a character with a big head like this. All right? And then you find here the halfway point for that head, right? And that halfway point being where that fifth rib is, right? Then from here, you can say, all right, well, KSM, I want them to have, for example, a really big build, right? So you'll go here. This is going to be how big it's going to be, right? And you're going to go find here the torso. You duplicate that, and that's it. That's it. It's literally that easy. You just take the clavicle. This is where the 10th rib will be. This will be roughly where the bottom of the pelvis will be. This will be the start of the pelvis. Then you can go right here, take this, and then you know how long the leg needs to be because you just take this to here and you just put it here. And then you just put the halfway mark and then you have the knees. You see that? That's it. Boom. And you could do it again. You could do it again. So you want to take the halfway mark? You can do it in so many ways, right? You can do this. Let's just say this is the head, or this is the base, right? This is the halfway mark. And let's just say you have a character that's a bit bigger, right? Bigger head, which means if they're going to have a bigger head, the halfway point there of that fifth rib is going to be there, which means that the torso is going to be more like this. Maybe they're a bigger character overall, right? Bigger head, bigger body, Papa John's. And then now you have different proportions of your characters. It's that easy. So this is why I don't like to focus necessarily on 7 heads, 8 heads tall, 9 heads tall, or whatever. I like to look at the relative proportions of the torso to the head. Right? That's really it. That's really it. Relative proportion to the head, to the torso, to the legs. If you can establish those 3 relationships, then you're good. And we haven't even talked about arms yet. Here's how I like to think about the arms, okay? If the joint is here of the arm, imagine that, right? From here to here is roughly the halfway point, and from here to here is roughly the halfway point. And then from there, you can kind of arch it if you want to, right? And I like to just put the length there of the arm roughly about where that 10th rib should be. So if you got a character here with a big build, and this is the halfway mark, the hands could be here. Or sorry, the arms could be there. And that's kind of it. Loose proportional techniques. Now, I will say this. First of all, lock in. See, look, JJ Master, bro, he's struggling today. Somebody help him. Somebody help this guy, bro. He's focused on all the wrong things right now. And yes, landmarks will change, right? And so obviously there's going to be different body types, and this is just one example, but I would say he's pretty average, right? He's pretty average build. He's probably not going to be like a basketball player height, but he's not going to be on the shorter side as well. He's like a standard build for a male of this age and height. So I feel like he's like a reasonable start baseline, but you can always change it. The point that I'm trying to make with you guys, is that the proportions are all relative. And as long as they all relatively work together, that's all that matters. And so when you take a look at a character like Kai, this character here, which is my character, I said I want his legs to be longer, right? So normally, if you guys remember what I showed you on the one on the left there, generally speaking, what I said was the halfway point of the leg, or sorry, the halfway point of the height is where the legs would start, right? So normally a character like Kai would start their legs right here, right? And you can see that in a couple styles as well. But if you were to ever study the show, like for example, Castlevania, the trick that they do to get their characters to feel taller is not just adding extra height. Like actually somebody in the chat, I think Kayla said, oh, I feel like Kai is 9 heads tall. But he's not actually 9 heads tall. He's 8 heads tall. But what the trick is that we do, like we do in the Castlevania style, is we just shift the leg so that the hip is actually a bit higher up, right? So here, the pelvis ends now at the halfway mark. And now we have here the greater trochanter being higher up as well. So now it's at roughly the 3.5 heads tall. And so what we're doing is we're creating a character with effectively a longer leg. See? So that's how they do it in shoujo style. That's how they do it in Castlevania. If you want your characters to feel taller, like longer, you just shift up the legs a little bit and you can change the proportion there. Right? You can change the proportion there of the torso. But what I did do is I still followed the relative proportions, right? So right here, I still kept my rule of having the clavicle be here. The length of the head is roughly where so for right here, so technically speaking, his armor should actually be a little bit lower. So, so I should fix that, but it's fine. But roughly here from the base of the head to going down, that should be where the 5th rib is going to be. And then right here, the 10th rib is exactly where I want it to be. And then I double that. And then you can change everything else, right? Because then from here, now that I know where that 5th rib is going to land, I just go like this and I can say, cool. That means that the arm is going to be roughly about here, right? That means that this arm's going to be here. And then I double that length to get the length of the arm as a whole. And then from there, I can add a bit more for the hand. And that is how you can get proportions for your character in however way you want it to work. Now, the point here also is if you want to push it even further stylistically, right? You want to go even wilder with your styles. All you have to do is just create a relative rule, right? Create a relative rule and then follow that rule when you're designing your characters. It's not about the 8 heads, 7 heads, 10 heads tall or whatever. Right? You create a relative rule for yourself, and as long as you follow those relative rules, you can create whatever proportions you want. Huh? See, this is what I mean when earlier JJ Master asked me, they said, K-Sim, are you just going to teach us how to do proportions for your style? What if we want to do something for our stuff to change it? This is what I mean. I'm not here to teach you guys how to draw like me. That's not the point of what I do out here on the internet. I'm here to show you guys different ways that you can approach drawing. Right? I'm giving you the tools so that you can discover these things yourself. Let me know if that made sense. One's in the chat if this little mini lecture made sense, and 2's in the chat if it didn't. It's okay if it didn't make sense. It's a little complex. It's a heavy topic that you kind of have to really explore as well. But what I'll try to do is I'll try to turn this into a YouTube video, maybe. Shit. I don't know. Maybe we'll do it at the end of the stream later because I want to do some other examples. 1.5. It's a heavy one. It's a heavy topic for sure. Let's answer some TTS questions in the chat.
This is very helpful for anatomically accurate characters, but what if you want to distort them? Something like the shape language in Incredibles or the super tall characters in Bleach?
See? There you go. I just answered it. Just answered it. Comes in at a perfect time. Comes in at a perfect time. It's exactly that.
This sort of info is really good for learning a style too. What proportions does this type of character have in this show? I find that proportions tend to be more helpful with recognizability than rendering/line art when trying to draw in a style.
Yes, I agree. This is an exercise I would highly recommend you do if you want to learn the style. If you want to learn the style of a particular artist, a particular show, a particular comic, manga, whatever have you, this is a really good exercise because it helps you to understand their thought process, right? And you can see how I apply it too. I apply it to a lot of my characters. This is how you can get characters that are very wide in range of build. So like this is the head of this character, right? This is our guy who I have not yet given a name, but it's fine. And the halfway mark from his head to here is roughly where the torso is going to be, right? And then once I have that, and once I know where the clavicle is going to be, again, all I'm really doing is just going in here. I'm adding that. Then I'm going to double that down. Right? Obviously, I'm not doing this. I'm usually going in, I'm doing something like this with like the rib cage and all that and the pelvis, right? And then from there, I say, cool, halfway mark right here. And then boom, legs, boom. And then we get a really built dude. We get a guy who looks really tall, right? Because we're just lengthening the legs. Yeah, you get it? Also, we're getting a lot of follows today. I appreciate the follows, guys. Thank you, Juggy1. I'd love to know how you guys ended up here today, if you guys are tuning in. I'd love to see a video cover of this to reference from the future. Okay, we might try to turn this into a YouTube video. Maybe we'll do it later though, because I don't want to regurgitate everything right now. We'll recap it a little bit later.
How would you go about drawing tongue Sahar and Cappuccino Assassino in Skibidi Ohio without reference? Hey Kaisim. I just watched some Lightbox videos, and there was a question I didn't really get but it made me curious. Do you, Kaisim, have some old designs that you regret making?
That's a good one. That's a good one. I have many designs that I regret making. That's a good question.
Is it too much to ask how this works drawing characters in perspective?
It's the same concept. You just draw a box. Draw a box and then you do the same proportions but on a box, because look, take a look at this, right? Here, I'll do it for you. Imagine again your character on a grid, right? This is the top, this is the bottom, the halfway point right there for the legs, right? And then we have here the 1/4 and the 1/4, right? You take all this, and if you were to put it in perspective, now you can take that same grid and now you do it that way as well, right? You can take this one right here, you could rotate it, you can shift it, you can alter the perspective of it, and it's going to be the same thing. You just need to understand the halfway mark. You see that? It's that simple. When I tell you that you guys are overthinking things sometimes, I'm not even exaggerating. Sometimes you guys are overthinking it, man. This is what I mean. This is the tutorial pandemic that I sometimes see. Sometimes I feel like artists are trying to look for a tutorial for everything. Everything. I feel like artists, this is not artists, this is just people, society. I saw a meme the other day where somebody was getting stabbed, right? And instead of calling 911, they opened up ChatGPT and they said, ChatGPT, what do I do if I'm dying, if I'm getting stabbed? You know what I'm saying? We like this is part of it is you have to like, yes, watch the tutorials, right? Watch the tutorials, learn some stuff. But the other part of it is to explore, right? Explore and try to understand it yourself and study other people's styles, right? So it's one thing to watch a tutorial, right? You can watch stuff. Everybody knows how to do this. Everybody knows how to do the tutorial stuff. Everybody knows this. If you're watching my streams right now, you know how to do this. The part that I think not a lot of artists do is they watch a tutorial, right? Then they apply it for themselves. Then they study what they've done and what other people have done, and then they review it, right? There's steps to it. There's steps to it. So like, there's the stuff that you learn from somebody. Like I share stuff with you guys all the time, but then I want you to go out there and study it yourself to see if it actually applies to you. Does it actually make sense to you, right? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you'll be like, oh, Kasem is right. But then you do it later yourself and you're like, actually, Kasem is wrong. That's not how the body works. And that's okay. That's okay. Critical thinking is so valuable. And so that's really what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say no one does that here. But what I'm trying to say is that is just as important as watching the tutorials and stuff. Like, hear what I say, but then go and see if it makes sense for you, right? Go see if it adds up, and if it adds up, perfect. And if it doesn't add up, that's also perfect, because now it means that you've explored things to study, right? And you're trying to build an understanding of it for yourself. So anyways, hopefully that helps.
How do we create our own relative rule for our own proportions? Like the chibi art style?
Yeah. So the way that the chibi art style works, I'm gonna butcher it, right? But let's just say you want to draw a character like chibi. I've seen chibi styles, for example, where the head is roughly 3 heads tall. Or sorry, the height of a character is roughly 3 heads tall, which means you can go in here right? You can do this. But I've also seen chibi stuff where it's literally 2 heads tall. You know, like I've seen 2 head tall chibis as well. So like it really, you know, again, I can't be the one to tell you, but what you could do is you can study other people's styles, right? And explore it for yourself. So I've seen chibis of many varieties. Explore. The microscopic. I've seen chibis that are 1 head tall. Shit. I've seen this. You know what I'm saying? The variety is it's all there. they all just look like variations of Goombas and Kirby's, right? So the whole point of this video, and I apologize, it's a little chaotic, okay? Because this is a tough topic to teach. I think I have gotten this request so often. People are saying, Kasem, how do I do the proportions? Should I do 7 heads, 8 heads? it's a tough topic to teach because it's a chaotic one that relies on you just building an understanding for yourself. And that's why when we look at the character here of Kai, going back to this example, right? Kai, I like to draw my characters a little bit longer legged, okay? And that's my style. So when you look at a character in my style and you're wondering, man, I wonder how Kasem does it. This is it. I draw my characters a little bit longer legged. And what that does is it also leans into, I also lean into character proportions that are otherwise roughly about the same. Not the same, roughly realistic. So I don't try to go too crazy with my proportions, at least for now. We're gonna have a few characters where we're gonna have some fun and we're gonna change it up a bit. But this is really it. And then from here, what I like to do is, now that I have that halfway mark of where the where the pelvis needs to be, right? All of this stuff. Then I go in here. You can add the anatomy now. Anatomy helps too. So having an understanding of anatomy is going to be obviously very handy. But then here from the bottom of the knees, going down. And then boom. And that's it. Thank you for the follows. Wow, Maori and Gabby. So many follows today. What's going on? What the heck? Yeah, how's it going, Zach? Kasem, I found you on YouTube and I'm a big fan, but is there somewhere I can share my art and get your feedback? I'm getting serious about it and I could really use your opinion. Do you usually review stuff that's similar to your style? No. I review things of all styles. And also, yeah, my after school program, if you guys want to read about it, hear about it, I have something called the After School Art Crew. It's on my Discord channel. Basically, you sign up for it. You can do it every month, or you can try it out for 1 month, see if you like it. It only costs $10, and with that comes dozens of tutorial videos and resources and notes that I've made, access to weekly tutorials that I do that are private, and also mentorship and also reviewing of your stuff. So if any of those things sound interesting to you, also you get to join a smaller community of people who are sharing their work and holding each other accountable to things. I would highly recommend that. That is it's why I made that program, is I wanted a very affordable, an easy way for me to give you guys feedback and help you guys out, because I know that it's a very critical part of the art journey, is to be able to get insight, right? Insight on the stuff that you're doing. So if you guys are interested, After School Art Crew, we've been growing. It's been a healthy, strong community. We had our 1-year anniversary of the program last month. So we're going into year 2 of this program, and my goal is to get 100 people to join in. I think right now, let's see where we're at. This is my goal, my dream. I had a dream of dreams. We're at 85. Let's go. 85 students. Basically, if you guys are unfamiliar with it, the After School Art Crew, it's basically my like Patreon equivalent. You guys can see here a little bit of info on it. You can actually see how many active members we have. This is the server subscribers, 85. Our Discord is huge in general. We're at 18,533. But in this, you can take a look at some of these programs. We have the Line Art Crew is the one that'll get you the mentorship. And yeah, actually our next mentorship session is happening. It's happening this Friday. So sign up if you want to join in. 18K. Yeah, our Discord's huge. You know what's funny is the Discord actually used to be much bigger. The Discord used to be over 20,000 people, but I actually prune it regularly. I prune the Discord regularly to get rid of inactive accounts and stuff. People who haven't really been on Discord for like over 3 months, I just prune it a bunch. So yeah, the render crew is actually the same thing as the line art crew, but if you are willing to support me just a little bit more, just know that it's always greatly appreciated. But it's actually the same. It's just that you're helping me out a bit. If you can do it, amazing. If not, no worries. But it's effectively the same as the line art crew. But yeah, that is a little bit of the program. I think people who have joined it so far have ended up staying in the program, which I'm very thankful for. So shout out to you guys. Okay, so now that we've done this crazy sheet and stuff, let me go ahead and put everything away. Okay, and now let's get back into drawing and breaking down the proportions of this lady right here. Oh, and if you guys missed it, this is the character that we designed last week. We don't have a name for her. We don't have a name for her, but we should probably have a name. Kasem, is there any time when you're not drawing? Thursdays. The only day that I don't draw is Thursdays, because Thursdays is my studio meeting days. Imagine having meetings from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. straight. The whole day, back to back to back to back to back to back to back. That's the only day I don't draw. I have meetings. That's the struggle of being a studio owner, unfortunately. Oh, somebody was asking about the Canvas Pro. So actually, it's funny because I actually sold the Canvas Pro 19 to somebody in the community because I actually already own a Canvas Pro 24. And so after I got the Canvas Pro 19 and I tried it for a couple months, I was like, this is great. But I actually already had a 24. And so personally, I think the 24 is better and it's about the same price. So the Canvas Pro 24 is what I use. Do I have a name system for Ground Zero Universe? Honestly, not yet. I really should think about it. We've been kind of going off of vibes right now. purely vibes. Okay. We should have a naming convention. The Pro 19 is better in terms of pen tech. Oh, for sure. Yeah. The Pro 19 is definitely better in terms of pen tech because it's just newer pen technology. But I don't think it's that much better. It's better, but not better enough for me to say that I'm gonna go pay for a smaller tablet size. You know, but it is a better, it's better technology overall, better screen quality, better color accuracy, better pen, but I don't think it's that much better. Okay, but let's go ahead here and let's talk about breaking down the character. So this is something I learned actually while studying from Kevin Chen. Kevin Chen is the instructor, the creator of an online school called Concept Design Academy. He's a great artist, one of my favorite artists that I've learned from in my time. If you guys have never heard of CDA, highly recommend CDA. If you have the money for it. Obviously, art schools are a little expensive, and it's funny because I didn't pay for those online classes until after I got a job working in the industry, and I think that's usually the best time to do it. The best time to, I think, pay for those more expensive classes is when you already are kind of working, you've maybe learned or you've learned the fundamentals and you're trying to look to like push yourself further, right? Like learning the more nuanced things that maybe am I in the wrong layer? Oh my dude, why am I'm like drawn on the wrong layer so much today. It's because I'm not labeling any of my layers. That's the problem. I really should start labeling all my layers. CDA, Brainstorm, and Warrior Art Camp are great if you have the coin. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. If you have the coin, if you got the means for it, then yeah, definitely go for it. Those instructors are amazing. Private classes are always, I think, the way to go. But if you guys don't have that stuff, try to find some online people that can help you. I try my best. I try my best to do that, but then also I do have private stuff, which I've mentioned to you guys in the past, or I've mentioned to you just recently as well, right? The After School Art Crew. Do some more TTS.
Do you have like a name system for the G's universe?
Oh, yeah, not particularly. We should. I have some naming convention, but it's been a little chaotic. I really should think of a naming convention though, but I'll be real, it's on my lower end of priorities. In terms of things that I'm trying to do for Ground Zero, it's probably on the lower end.
Can you speak a bit about the design principles that you broadly thought about while creating these characters? I find stuff like why you chose certain colors or why are you selectively put color in different proportions to be quite interesting and helpful concept-wise.
Oh, sure, yeah, I guess so. I think honestly, coloring is not one of my strong suits. I would say coloring is not something that I've done enough. I wish I could do it more in the industry, but as a character designer, unless you're working in the concept side or the pre-visualization side, you're not doing too much coloring. So I like to color, but it does take me a bit of time to think about it. But generally, what I like to do is I like to follow a 70. I talk about this all the time, but like a 70, 20, like usually it's like not 70-20, it's like 60-30-10 rule, where I try to choose between a 3-tone structure, right? We have here dark, medium, and light. I try to pick a comp like that. Sometimes it's not always this. Sometimes it's just 2 tones. It could even be. Sometimes it's even more skewed. Sometimes it's like 70-20-10. But I like to kind of pick a theme of a percentage, right? And so in this case of this drawing, I wanted 60% of the drawing, I'll circle them right now, to be dark. And I wanted them to section off parts of the body. So here I said I wanted for me, the torso and the legs are less important, right? So the torso and the legs are the least important parts of the body for me. And so I'm going to make them about 60% dark values, like that. And then that makes the question then, well, what is important to me? What is the most important thing to me? Well, the most important thing for me is going to be the head. The head and probably her body, right? And so I choose those values to be light values, And then I also choose them to be more saturated values too. So you'll notice that the most saturated areas are going to be the areas that I really care about the most. And then everything else I kind of just desaturate, right? So you can see here how I use mid-tone values for these, mid-tone values for the little circle things. Same thing here. But then I add, again, like higher contrast, higher saturation and brightness on the areas that I focus on. But I try not to overdo it, because if I add too many colors, then I lose out on the focus of the illustration. So I try my best to basically go in here and pick out the priorities, right? And that's really my main goal, is how do I, like, what am I prioritizing in the design, and how do I go about doing that? Okay, so to recap, let me do it one more time as a YouTube short, okay? All right. So we got a question here on how do you choose colors for your designs? Now, personally, this is my method of approach. I like to break it down into ratios, where I like to do a 60, 30, and 10 ratio, meaning 60% of the design is going to be either a certain value or a tone, 30% will be another, and then the 10% will be another. So in this case right here, the 60% is going to be dark values, 30% will be medium values, and then 10% will be light values. And what I like to do is, for the 60%, I like to put them in areas where I feel like they're not going to be as important for the design of the character. You can kind of see here the shoe, or not the shoes, the shirt and the pants. And then for the 10%, I want them to be the areas that I really want to stand out for the character. So I really wanted her head to stand out, and I really wanted her arms to be a big part of that. And so I give those areas higher saturation and a bit of a brighter color. But hopefully that helps. And again, you can change the ratio to whatever you like. There you go. Bam. All right. Okay. So anyways, let's get back into this one. Let me erase all this. Did that make sense, chat? Let me know if that makes any sense at all. Am I mathing right now? Am I adding up? Okay. But again, it really is up to you. I'm not I always tell people I'm not a color artist. There are people who I think are way better than me at color design and who really get into color theory. So like I mainly focus on things like value and saturation, but there are artists who also think about color harmony, artists who think about gradation, and like there's so many who I think are incredible. Who's a good color artist that I know of? Somebody who I worked with recently, Amelia. She's really good. I don't know what her name is on Instagram. It's probably Amelia on Instagram too. But Amelia's really good. I like her colors a lot. She did some really good colors on the show that I was on. Who are other artists who I reference, who I think are really good? There's a good handful. Oh, Ashley Stoddard is really good too. Amber Blade, yes. Amber's crazy. Amber is actually insane, because she's always doing warm-ups every day. And I think I even messaged her about it. I was like, what are you doing? Like, what in tarnation? How are you cranking these out so quickly? Do you have a formula for saturated and desaturated colors? Warm and cool color balance? Yeah, let's see. That's the stuff that I have not yet studied. And my hope is that one of these days I can get that, or I can get to a place where I can do that, because the stuff that I tell you about anatomy and stuff, I make it look easy, and I say it's easy because I've studied it to make it easy. You know what I'm saying? But like color stuff, to me, I haven't studied it enough, and so I kind of just go off of intuition, which is okay. It's good to build intuition, but if you want to get to a level where you can really deconstruct it and do it easily and quickly, you need to study it. You need to study the nuance of it. You need to study the craft, just like how I studied anatomy, and then from there, you can then simplify it, and then hopefully one day I can tell you, like, oh yeah, da 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 da. Antique white tang, is that Arthur? Let me look it up, because Arthur is a great artist too, but I wonder if that's the same person. So I might have worked with them as well. Antique white tang, spelling that right? Is that Arthur Tang? That's her name, is Antique White Tang? Really? Oh, it is Arthur. Oh yeah, Arthur's great. I was actually trying to get Arthur to join Ground Zero. I needed to reach out to him. Yeah, but Arthur also worked with us too. Yeah, Arthur worked on Mighty, but I think he was doing background stuff at the time. Yeah. See, I know people, chat. I know people. Arthur's crazy good. Okay. Anyways, we're doing this. So what I'm going to do with you guys is I'm going to break down my characters as mannequins. And the reason why I'm going to do this is that if, it's actually really helpful to break down your characters as mannequins, because one, it again helps you understand the proportions that you're using, but two, you get to have a catalog reference. So if you guys, for example, want to study the proportions of my style, or you want to see how they match up to your own stuff, you can actually use my hopefully my stuff here as reference. So I kind of want to build this library. And then I think even for myself, if I want to start designing characters of different builds, then I'll have a catalog of references that I can just use. As opposed to having to redesign everything, you know? Hey, thanks for the follow, Milkowie. Appreciate that. Milkowie. I don't know, but actually, let me ask you guys: would you guys be interested in a like a bunch of like reference sheets of like different character body types and builds, or are you guys like, KSM, that's, I don't know, I don't care about that, because it's okay. It's okay if you don't. That's good for me to know, because I was mostly gonna make it for myself, you know. But if you guys are like, I don't need it, then that's fine. I just won't share it. And that is okay. That is more than okay, actually. But I needed this. I need to make this for myself, so that way I can design faster. Because sometimes I find that the hardest part is just getting those builds, the character proportions and stuff.
Will be running a 180-second ad break shortly. Thanks for supporting the stream.
Hey, how's it going? Milkowie, you're too kind. I appreciate it. You won't say no to references? Okay, I know you won't. You're a reference fiend like myself. Mod says, I would love that, mostly because I draw comics and my fundamentals are strong, but I have a hard time drawing outside of story context. Okay, cool. I mean, a lot of people are saying it. Okay, then I will do my best to do it, and I think what I'll do is, as I review your guys' stuff, and as I hopefully, you know, am able to adjust some of the proportions and whatnot, I can then maybe help you guys out with that as well too. But you can kind of see here, I kind of did it originally off the bat, but you can find that a lot of my, oh shit, a lot of my character proportions and stuff, they will vary, right? I try to really mix up the character proportions, and I don't try to follow any hard rules on the character proportions. So let's actually hold on. Let's take a step back because I think I am getting ahead of myself. Okay, so going back here. So how do you find? All right, I see you guys are locked in on the game again. I already know someone's gonna be like, K-Sam, please let us play. Let us play. Thank you guys. Okay, so let's actually do it from the beginning of the way that I normally do it, because I realized I was kind of getting ahead of myself and I was just doing it how I normally do it. But I want to explain to you guys my thought process, right? So again, what I like to do is I know my style, right? I know my style. And so what I like to do is I like to find that halfway mark. And I know that usually my characters are 8 heads tall, right? Go back to this crazy ass diagram that we did earlier today, right? So I know my characters are roughly 8 heads tall, and I know that I like to kind of place the pelvis right here, roughly at the bottom. So that is usually my first indicator, my first step on what I like to kind of do to figure things out. But once I have that figured out, then really it's just a matter of, okay, taking that pelvis space Let me go here and let me actually move it down just a tad bit. And just kind of lining it up where I need to be. Now, from here, right? What's the other thing that I mentioned, guys? After you figure out the torso or the halfway point, what do? You figure out where the legs are, right? So right here, I'm going to say I want the greater trochanter, that landmark right there, that bony landmark. I want that to be right here. And so if it's going to be right there, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that, and that is going to be my new halfway mark of where I want the knees to be. You see that? And now I'm going in here and I'm effectively building out now this mannequin shape. And that's really how I'm thinking about it, is I'm thinking about the proportions of my character. I'm thinking about the more about the relative proportions than I am about the what's it called? The specific head shape and stuff, and the head sizes. Because I think the moment you start doing that, the moment you start doing the whole head thing, it starts to kill the drawing. Put an F in the chat if you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, yeah, you guys ever get too focused on the proportions and you start like trying to measure everything, but then you look at your drawing and it feels stiff. You're like, damn, what the hell? Like, I thought the proportions are good. Why does my character look kind of lifeless? And again, part of it is that you have to lean away from the notion of having everything be perfect, and instead lean into that relative energy, right? What's that thing that Einstein was talking about? General relativity. He was talking about art, guys. He was not talking about E equals MC squared and theories of black hole. He was talking about art, actually. I'm pretty sure. You fact check me on that. Chat GPT me on that one. I think that's what he was talking about. General relativity of character design. The guy was actually an artist, spitting facts, knowledge. It's all true. I'm kidding. I don't know. That's not what he was talking about. But I would like to think that conceptually it's probably the same thing. If you think hard enough. This mannequin approach that I'm doing right now, this particular shape design is actually referenced off of TB Choi. TB Choi was one of the first artists who I really was looking at when I was studying, not necessarily anatomy, but I think what TB Choi did really well was she did an amazing job of taking characters and stylizing the anatomy. So I'm a big fan of TB Choi. Shout out to TB Choi. She's great. And so this was something that I did a while ago when I was studying her style, right? I was studying her style and trying to understand how she approached things. And then I saw how she broke down her mannequin designs. And so I was like, all right, well, I like that. And so I started doing it as well. But again, all of it stems from an understanding of your characters to a degree that allows you to create your own methodologies, right? Make your own methods. Come up with your own solutions for this stuff. And then the beautiful thing about art is that if you guys watch my old videos, my old videos from my boot camps and stuff, you'll actually find that I probably say things that are different than what I say now. I would not be surprised, right? Maybe back then when I talked about proportions, I was talking about, oh, it has to be this many heads tall or blah, blah, blah. But you'll find that as I've gotten more, I guess, experienced as an artist, as I've grown to be more mature in my craft, I'm noticing that it's less about the specific stuff and more about getting a feel for things. The unfortunate thing, though, it's unfortunate because teaching how to get a feel for something is a lot harder than just telling people, oh, just draw all your characters as, you know, as seven heads tall. Oh, just always draw your head like this, right? I think you guys understand what I mean. Like it's easier to teach someone exactly how to do something, and I think it's harder to teach like the concept of exploring for yourself. Where can I find an FAQ for the after school art crew? I think is there an FAQ? There might be. If there is an FAQ, oh, there is. I'll show you really quick. I'll show everybody. Okay, so if you go to the after school art crew in the Discord section and you go to ASAC info, and here you can click on FAQ. And look at that. Oh, okay, well, hold on. Here's the FAQ for it. Ta-da! Hopefully that helps. I'm pretty sure this whole E equals something square. It's all about drawing boxes in perspective. True. Those are rules for basic good results, but nobody wants to just draw basic stuff. Yeah, and I think like the thing about the thing that about art is that at the end of the day, art is so subjective, right? Art is very, very subjective, and so just because I draw something a certain way doesn't mean that you have to draw it that way as well. If you like it, then sure, that's great, right? There are people who come in here. Oh shit. Thank you for the raid, C-Not Bush. Guys, mods, can we get a shout out for C-Not? Welcome in, people coming in from C-Not stream. It's been a minute. It's been a while. I hope you've been doing well. It is always nice to have you tuning in here with your viewers. Genuinely, thank you for the follows, people coming in from C-Not stream. If you guys, people from my community, if you're not familiar with C-Not stream, stop the music and lock in, because C-Not is an amazing artist, one of the veterans out here. And I always feel bad when I say veteran because it makes it sound like C-Not's like an old timer. I mean, you kind of are in the space of Twitch, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. It's a great thing. This guy has been doing so much in the art community. A very prolific artist who does beautiful sculptures of all types of varieties. If you guys love the 3D stuff that we talk about here on my streams, you will definitely enjoy the energy coming out over there on C-Not stream. And if you guys are tuning in from C-Not stream, welcome in. My name is KSM. I'm a professional artist in the animation industry, having worked for various studios that have done stuff like Castlevania, Legends of Vox Machina, and more. And out here on my streams, I love to just teach you guys different things that I've learned over my time as a character designer. Everything I've done out here is self-taught. I don't have a degree in art school. I didn't finish art school. And so all of this is just my personal experience. Take it with a grain of salt, but if you like it and you enjoy the vibe, then make sure you leave a follow. If you're watching from YouTube, like and subscribe. And I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Today is actually day 3 of my character design workshop, where I show you guys different things that you can do to level up your character designs. And today we're actually talking about character proportions. And I did a whole demo earlier talking about why proportions are important, but also why you can take these proportions and just start coming up with your own designs, right? Your own anatomical understandings that eventually all lead back to Kirby. They all lead back to the design of Kirby, but that is what we talked about today, and how to understand that and how to apply that to your own characters. And now I'm showing you how I break down a character that I drew last stream for you guys, and breaking down the anatomy for that one. So yeah, that is what we are doing today. We're having a chill stream right now. Probably later today, we're going to be... we're probably going to go ahead and break down some other characters as well, some characters that people from the community have submitted. There's a lot. You guys will find as you hang out here more in my streams that there's a lot of things that we do out here on my community, and there is no one intro that I think just can do what we do out here in a very short time frame. But we do a lot of things. We do a lot of things from teaching, but we also have a art challenge that we host out here. Yeah. But I don't know if there was anything else we were talking about, though. Does anyone know what we were talking about? I forgot. Kirby is the Kirby is technically the golden ratio. 100%. It always starts with the head, you know? You draw a good head and that's it. What's ground zero? Oh boy. What is ground zero not? Ground zero changed my life. I remember when ground zero pulled me out of a burning fire, a burning house, saved my wife and kids. Ground zero is great, man. Amazing. I remember that one time ground zero fed all the hungry, all the starving kids. Ground zero. I like how his clothes frills match his fingers, but the frills on the shawl match the hair. Thank you. Ground zero was the best man at my wedding. Damn, let's go. Thank you for the follow, Wind Sing. But yeah, let me know what you guys were up to. People here today, if you're tuning in for the first time, are you guys artists as well? Creatives, just appreciators of the craft? Ground zero helped me overcome my raging alcohol addiction. Honestly, I think ground zero is, in some ways, it's a pretty dark story, but I think in it being a dark story, I think it makes people hopefully appreciate their own life. They're like, wow, look at this dude who's so miserable. My life is better. I have it good. Or maybe not, I don't know. Oh, have you seen those memes where people are like, so like Jay's like, oh, it helped me overcome my raging addiction, and then someone's gonna be like, damn, maybe I should become an alcoholic so that when I watch Ground Zero, I can feel what it's like to get my raging addiction fixed. And I'm like, what? No, that's not what I'm trying to say. Hold on. Huh?
How do you keep the hands and feet in proportion when doing character turnarounds? I find I struggle with that, especially the hands when they are in a natural resting position, no clenched in a fist.
I think the method that I use is the same method that I'm sharing for the body. So everything has proportion, right? Even the hands. Okay, these hands are a little bit long, but that's because she's a frog girl. She's a froggy one. But yeah, everything has relative proportion. And so even, for example, the hand, I like to keep the hand roughly about the size of the head. Sometimes it's smaller, sometimes it's bigger. It really depends on your style. In this case, to make my life simple, I keep it roughly about the same size, right? And you can kind of see that actually perfect example of that is lined up right here on this character design of this girl. And then from there, what I like to do is when it comes to drawing hands and how I can make them simple, all I like to do is this. Once you know that the size of the hand is roughly the size of the head, I like to go ahead here, right? And just go like this. And the halfway point right here is roughly the palm of the hand. And then from there, I like to just go right here and just create an arch. Arch for the fingers, pinky, and then halfway point right there, the thumb. And then you can take that and rotate that, right? Like that. So that's kind of what I like to do, is I like to kind of have that baseline. But hopefully that helps. It's a tough one to answer, I think. Generally a tough one.
Kinda off topic, but have you seen the game Dispatch? Only the demo is out right now, but the game is so fun and the art style is really cool.
Dispatch? I have not heard of that game. Has anyone else heard of that game? Dispatch. What's it about? Is that the one where you sell drugs to people? And then you you're like a drug dealer simulator? I don't know. Can't wait for its release. Someone else played it too? I've never seen a hand broken down so simply like that to where I could understand it before. Wait, was that helpful actually? This was helpful? Huh. The hand thing was helpful? I thought I was just... Really? Huh. I'm glad. Okay, well that's good. That's good to know it was helpful. So look, this is one of the things that is unfortunate about I think getting better as an artist is, I'm sure some of you guys have heard this, where you've heard like some of the best artists don't make for good teachers. If you know what I'm talking about, put an F in the chat. If you've heard that before, right? Some really good artists are not necessarily good teachers. And I think part of the problem, as I've come to learn and coming to observe with my own journey, is that as I get better as an artist, there are certain things that I think are just kind of like not trivial. I don't mean to say it's trivial, but it's like in my mind I think like, oh, like people don't need to know this. You know, like is this really important for them to know? Like, you know, like things become less. I think I get disconnected, maybe is what I'm trying to say. And then I'm like, oh man, I didn't realize that could have still been like knowledge. But yes, teaching is for sure a skill of its own. But I think it was always easier for me. I think it was easier for me to teach when I was in that position where I was actively learning myself, because then I knew exactly what I didn't know. And then because of that, I just literally shared everything. I was just like, hey, I didn't know this. This might sound like a dumb thing. Maybe you guys all knew this, but I didn't know this. And this is what I did. Right. But nowadays it's like, people probably know this already. I didn't know it. But I will say hands are hard. That is one thing I will say that, to this day, hands are still very difficult for me. You know, it's one of those things where I practice it regularly and I try my best to get better at it, but it's tough. Hands are tough. There's no going around it. They're probably one of the most complex parts of the human body, just because of how versatile hands can get. But okay, this is the mannequin. Hopefully if I hide this and I get rid of this thing, it feels kind of stiff, I'll be honest, but that's fine. Mannequins are, I guess, somewhat stiff in general. And then what I can do is I added cross sections, but I don't know if people need that. You guys probably don't need this. Do you guys need it? See, I don't know what you guys, I don't know. I added cross sections because I thought that if you have a cross section, it'll be you'll be able to like see where the leg is facing. So that way you know that this is the calves and this is the knee is facing this way. That's why I did it. But I don't know. I don't know what you guys what is helpful to you guys. I'll keep it. I'll keep it there. Oh, and then this thing that I did is just the mask. Always assume people don't know anything. All right, fair enough. We're just gonna assume that. But yeah, again, this is just a basic. This is a basic mannequin, right? This is meant to be a little bit stiff and stuff. If we wanted to make it look more organic, we could, but that's not the point of today's exercise. Like I could do that. I could make it look and feel more organic for you guys, but that's not the goal of today's stream. But you can see my style. You can really see my style here when I show you the mannequin version, because the mannequin version really highlights how I like my characters to have longer legs. What can I say, chat? I think it looks aesthetically pleasing if they have longer legs. Okay, somebody on YouTube said that cross sections are helpful. Okay, that's good. That's then at the end of the day, this is just for you. If it's not for anybody else, it's for you. Let me go ahead and color this too as well. How did you do that? How did I do what? What did I do? Eh? Oh, how would you make the mannequin more organic? Like a quick 30-second version? Jeez.
Any chance you can show us a quick back view? I really struggle with drawing characters from behind while standing.
Oh boy. The back view? We could. Okay. Okay. Sure. Why not? Off topic question, but what do the Terrans write on? Paper. They got paper that they write on. When you animate characters, do you jump into drawing the mannequin or more the rough character gesture? Usually I do the rough gesture. Gesture is always important. I think gesture is like the key. You always got to have good gesture. You know, if you don't have good gesture, then like, man, everything else really just doesn't land as well. Gesture is, I think, in many ways, the bread and butter of good design. Okay. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I should also tell you guys, I don't know if we have time, but I should also tell you guys a little bit about the Japan trip, because I'm going to be sharing the info for it pretty soon. I did a little survey on my... maybe we should do it. Maybe we should do it today. So much to do, so much to talk about. Okay, let's do this. One's in the chat if you guys are interested in hearing about a potential 2026 group art trip to Japan. Two's in the chat if you're like, I'm good right now. Because we could technically wait till maybe Wednesday. But maybe I could share it. Maybe I could start sharing it today. 2? Okay, you're already going, buddy. Yeah, you're like, I don't want to hear about it because you're already going. All right. Are we still doing proportion critiques today? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Today's a long stream. We do long streams now. So we will be reviewing stuff today. Always love to see the process it takes to create a masterpiece. Damn, thank you. I'm not, this isn't, I don't think I'm a master by any means, but I think I am trying to master my craft, I guess. All right. So let me finish the coloring of this one, and then what we'll do is we'll talk about Japan very briefly, if you guys are interested, and what that looks like and what that means. And then we'll get back into doing more character stuff. All right. I should probably probably turn it into a YouTube video, honestly. Oh, you know what? I should make the video today because I'm wearing the shirt. I'm wearing the KSM Crew shirt. If you guys don't know, this is my official merch. Look how cute. Hold on, you guys can't even see. Look how cute this shirt is. It's got a monkey. It's got a deer. It's got Appa. It's got Amy. How do I zoom in? Yo! Tell me this shirt's not cute, bro. We gotta talk about it. We gotta talk about it. Everybody who goes on the Japan trips, they get a free shirt, by the way. Well, it's not free technically because you're paying for the trip, but you get a shirt. You get a complimentary shirt, I guess is what you would say. Complimentary. All right, I just wanted to color code it so that way people could see. But I think what I'll do is I'll start having these rough mannequins. I think these rough mannequins maybe will be helpful to you guys to just see how it looks. Okay. Very cute and very demure. Oh, thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that. Okay. All right, let's talk about it really quick, okay? Buckle in because I'm going to give you guys the full rundown.
Kasem will be running a
right.
180-second ad break shortly.
Oh my.
Thanks for supporting the stream.
Literally, come on, bro. I was literally about to talk about Japan, and now you mean to tell me they're going to hit me with an ad break right now? All right. All right. I'm pumped. I'm pumped to talk about this one, guys. Everybody in the chat, W's in the chat right now. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. All right. I've been waiting to talk about this one for a minute. We've been holding out on the info, but it's finally time for me to talk to you guys about a super awesome potential opportunity to do an art group trip to Japan. Now, I know a good number of you already know about this because you might have heard about my last group trip in May 2025, which was literally last month from this live stream that we're doing right now. And honestly, was one of the best things that I've ever done. One of those core canon moments for myself. And it was such a strong impression on me that I said, we got to do it again. We got to run it back. And so I was like, okay, let's do one for 2026 because these trips, they book out fast. There are other content creators, other artists, other people who are trying to do these trips. And basically I was like, I got to do this because this is such an amazing experience for many, many, many reasons. So let's actually get into those reasons, because some of you guys are maybe you've heard about it, maybe you've seen it. And so let's jump right in. Why should you go to Japan? Right? So let's go ahead. And I didn't prepare exactly a lot of this info. We're going to be sharing this over the next couple of days. But basically, this group trip to Japan, if any of these things sound interesting to you, this is maybe why you might want to go. All right. First and foremost, if you feel like you are currently right now on your art journey, you're looking to level up, maybe you feel stuck, maybe you feel like you're at a roadblock and you're looking to get a different experience, maybe some information, some help from me or from other artists, this trip is for you. If you're looking to make more friends with other artists, maybe network and see what that's like, this trip is definitely for you. If you are interested in meeting professionals in the animation industry or professionals within this group as well, of other people who are doing things like content creating, working in games, who are interested in comics, this trip is for you. Or heck, if you just want to go to Japan, but maybe you don't want to do it alone, this trip may be for you. And there are many other reasons why this trip may be for you. And let's dive right in. So the first thing about this group trip to Japan, I got to preface it, is that you got to be 18 and up. All right. If you're not 18 right now, that's okay. There's a high chance we're going to be doing these trips, hopefully in the future, because I really do enjoy them. So maybe at some point in time. Now for this trip, I think it's actually going to be 25 people, but it might be 24. But there's going to be a group of us, roughly about 24 people, who will be going to this trip. We're going to be exploring Japan together. And in particular, we'll be going to Osaka and Kyoto. We'll be making new friends among the people in this group and also making new friends even outside of that. People who join me in my May trip will know that there were some friends that we made along the way. And it's kind of awesome to just encounter those things. But on top of those things, we're also going to be hosting special events where you get to network with some of my industry friends who have been working in Japan, who I am so thankful that they are more than willing to go and meet people like you guys and this community. Recently in my May trip, I was able to introduce all of my group members to an amazing artist known as Toma Roma, or Thomas Romaine, who was the artist and actually co-creator of Code Lyoko. They worked on Totally Spies, Oban Star Racers, and a bunch of other things over the span of 20 years in the animation industry. They happen to be a good friend of mine, and I was able to bring them out in person for people to actually meet on this trip, to learn what it's like to not only be an artist professional in Japan, but to have done it for so many years. I've been a professional artist for a couple of years now, but to see and hear that experience of what it's like to do it for 2 decades is honestly a treasure trove of its own. Other things that we're going to do also is, I'll actually show you guys on this page right here. Here's a little monkey graphic that I drew for this trip back when I had longer hair. But one of those things too is we're actually going to do a workshop to show you guys how anime is made. And I'm not just talking like a little like, oh, this is how anime, you draw characters, you draw backgrounds. No. The people who I'm bringing in are industry professionals who, again, happen to be my friends, who basically have worked on things like One Piece, Bleach, Dungeon Meshi, and so many other things. And when I tell you that they are sharing the knowledge, they literally go above and beyond. It was beyond my expectations when we did it in May, but the stuff that they were sharing was borderline trade secrets. But the stuff that you will learn from there not only will allow you to have a better understanding of how anime is made, but even give you the opportunity to possibly break into that industry. Those people who are going to be speaking with you guys, they actually are looking for artists. They're looking for artists. They're looking for people to go and bring into this space, because in Japan, they need more artists. But the only thing is, not a lot of artists know what Japan needs. And so this is going to be an amazing workshop. Again, for those of you who were there in that May trip, can easily attest to the amount of knowledge and information that was shared on that day. And I'm not going to say if they shared anything else, but maybe, you know, you know what I'm saying? So there's going to be that stuff, right? Getting to meet other industry professionals, and hopefully by that time next year, right? Because it's still 2025 right now, but by that time next year in 2026, hopefully I'll even be able to make it more special by bringing in more people. I already have a few ideas of trying to get people in from the game side, from the 3D side. And so hopefully we can make even more stuff happen by then. But aside from those things, there are also workshops that I will be personally hosting and teaching as well on this trip. I'm going to be talking about how to build longevity as an artist, whether you want to do it professionally, as a hobby, you're just trying to get back in. I want to help you succeed because art is a long journey. It's not something that you just do once and you say, all right, I'm not going to draw again. A lot of you love art, and I want to make sure you guys continue to love art for the long term. On top of that, I'll be focusing on things like starting your personal projects. W's in the chat right now if you're watching live. If you have a personal project that you have, maybe you have a little story or a game idea or a comic idea or maybe just some OCs that you want to make happen, right? I'm sure everybody at some point in their art journey has thought about a little story. I want to help show you how you can launch those personal projects. Again, whether that be for your personal goals or for something a little bit larger. And on top of that, I want to share with you guys how you can get started about working in actually turning your art into something that can be a possible business, whether that be as a freelancer, whether that be breaking into the industry, or if you want to work as a content creator. I have done many things in my life, and even the newest thing that I've done is open up my own studio, and all of that is rooted in how I approach art and how I think about it in a way that allows me to do it as a career. And again, that is if you want to. Even if you don't want to, maybe you're just an artist on the side as a hobby. Maybe you're interested in just doing a few commissions here and there. I will be able to share some of that information with you guys as well. And obviously, we'll be doing some life drawing too. This one right now, it says here life drawing with snow monkeys. That was for my Tokyo trip. This trip will actually, I think, be even more fun because we're going to be drawing deer. And I think deer are more fun to draw. Let me see if I have a picture of it to show you guys really, really quick. Actually, I have some pictures. I'll show you guys the pictures in a bit, okay? But these are going to be some of the workshops that we're going to have in there, right? Basically helping you guys have longevity, personal projects, helping you build careers. And last but not least, in terms of this, we will also be doing one-on-one mentorships. And something I want to do specially for this trip is because it is so far out, because it is going to be next year, I wanted to do 2 one-on-one mentorships. One that we're going to do prior to the trip so that I can better understand who you are, understand your goals, and help you prepare not only for this trip in Japan, but to help you prepare in general to build some sort of accountability and goal for yourself. And then we're also going to have mentorships while we are at the trip. So we're going to be doing 2 mentorships one-on-one with me as part of this package deal. And hopefully through that, as well as building these new friendships with other people, you guys can hopefully come out of this trip feeling so recharged about your art journey and wanting to go take it to that next level. Now, let's go ahead here and let's go ahead and just take a look, okay? Take a look really quick at what is actually going to go into this trip. So let me just open this up really quick for you guys. Ta-da! We have here art trip in Japan with KSM, September 27 to October 3rd. And here's some pictures. Here's some pictures that I took. But what I wanted to show you guys also is we're going to be doing a lot of life drawing. A lot of life drawing every single day on this trip. I'll be walking you guys through some of the techniques that I do. Here's a little Shiba and a Shiba that I drew. His name is Ken-san. I love you. Arigato, Ken-san. One of the cutest dogs I met in Japan. We're going to be seeing a bunch of sites. We're going to be meeting a bunch of amazing people who will be teaching us about the culture of Japan. Here are some monkeys that I drew. Replace this picture with some drawings of deer, which I think maybe we have some pictures of. Oh, we're going to do a boat cruise. This trip is going to be so cool because we're going to do a boat cruise. We're going to be eating a lot of good food. We're going to be drawing a lot of beautiful deer, exploring nature, and again, hopefully having a good time with that. So there's a lot of things that I've said, but I haven't yet talked about the price, right? I know people here are going to ask the question, KSEM, 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 KSEM. This sounds cool and all, but what is the price? Let's be real. F's in the chat. F's in the chat if you're wondering this yourself. You're like, KSEM, you got to tell us. You got to tell us what the price is here. Let's get into it. Also, I think my keyboard is dead. Oh, shit. Hold on. Is my keyboard dead? Really? Uh-oh. My keyboard died? Yeah. All right. Okay, it's back. Keyboard is back. I couldn't even press F. I was trying to press F myself. Okay, so what is actually included in this trip and how much does it cost? All right, so let me write it down right here for everybody in a nice bright color. Okay, how much does it cost? So there are two prices for this trip. Okay, there is the early bird price, which is, let me write this down. Early bird price, which is going to be $3,299 for the first 8 people that sign up. Now, the regular price for this trip is going to be $3,399. Now, hold on. Before we talk about it, let me just share a couple things, okay? I'm going to explain to you guys what goes into the cost of this trip. And then on top of that, some other interesting info that hopefully will be helpful to you. The first thing is to secure your spot on this trip. You don't have to pay the whole price. Some people get confused by this. You don't have to pay the whole price. You just need to pay 25% to secure a spot. Then you have until July 2026. Okay, you have over a year to pay off the remaining balance at your own leisure with no interest at all. So keep that in mind. See, some of you guys didn't know that, but you don't have to pay everything at once. You have until 2026 of July to basically pay off the rest with zero interest. And on top of that, if you are actually in the US, okay, if you're in the US, they even have payment plan options that let you pay 12 months, 18 months, and even longer past the trip deadline. So if you are a little worried about it and you're like, hey, Sam, I need even more time than a year. Well, guess what? They have payment options for that too. So that way you can enjoy the trip and then afterwards figure that off. Okay, so now that we've shared that one, let me actually talk about what is going into this trip. All right. Now you might say to me, Kasem, I've traveled before. Hold on. Wait a minute, Kasem, because I've done some stuff and I feel like this is a little pricey. And you know what? That is true. That is if you are doing a solo trip, but you have to consider that there is a lot that goes into this trip that is different from doing a solo trip, right? So first and foremost, you're going to be getting hotel accommodations at 4-star hotels. And when I tell you the hotels are amazing, they are high quality. And if you've been to Japan before, you guys know that sometimes those hotels go tiny. They're very tiny and cramped. This one is not going to be the case. On top of that one, you're going to get breakfast. I think you're going to get 6 breakfasts, 1 lunch, 2 dinners. The breakfast is not your standard hotel breakfast. This is Japanese style breakfast. You're going to get to eat salmon. You're going to get to eat all different types of food. The drinks are going to be local to the regions. It's going to be insane. And of course, those group dinners are going to be some of the most memorable. I would say the highlight, funny enough, of the trip that I had in Japan recently in May were those group dinners. Man, oh man, doing that izakaya with everybody sitting down, on the ground, like Japanese style, having some drinks, eating some chicken karage, drinking, eating soup. Like it is an amazing experience. And oftentimes those dinners, this is between you and me, but those dinners is all you can drink. And when I tell you, some people at this trip, man, when they heard that, they were like, sign me up for the sake. Get me some of this, get me some of that. Oh man, it's a good experience. Now, on top of that, the other things that are covered as well is the transportation. Transportation is going to be covered on this, at least internally from city to city. So we're talking about trains, the buses, the bullet trains like the Shinkansen and the shuttles. All those things are covered in this trip, right? What is not covered, though, is the flight. And I want to emphasize why this is not covered, okay? The flight is not covered because this is an international trip. Everybody from all parts of the world can join this trip. And when I say that, in my last group trip, we had people from Australia, people from Italy, people from South America, people from all over, people from Canada. And as part of that, it becomes very logistically challenging to figure out flights. Some of you may even want to fly earlier or leave later. Some of you might want to fly business, first class, or maybe you have your own perks and benefits. And so it becomes very complicated to do that. And so flights are not included. But thankfully, because some of you said, Kasem, flights are the hardest part. Thankfully, when you do join this trip, I will be helping you guys out every single month, breaking down all the different things that you can do to help you make sure that you can go on this trip successfully, from booking your flights to learning how to navigate Japan, what apps to download and all that stuff. So it's not like you just sign up and then for a whole year you are, left in the dark. I will be there to help you. I've traveled Japan 4 times, and I think by the time I've gone to this trip, it'll be my 5th or 6th time traveling to Japan. So I will definitely be helping you along the way. Now, other things that are going to be covered on this trip, okay, that is part of this price, is the scheduling and preparing of a 7-day itinerary for 25 people. Right? This is a lot of people going to Japan. And so we have to book things like venues. We got to book things, events. We got to plan all that stuff. And that does require a bit of work. On top of that, we are going to be having a professional local guide who will be there with us the whole trip. And when I say that this guide is beyond amazing, the one that we had, shout out to Miho-san. Miho-san, arigatou gozaimasu. She was honestly the best. She was honestly, she taught us so much about the cultural information of Japan. She helped translate many things for us. She even personally recommended places for us to eat, shop, explore. And if you have any specific dietary restrictions or whatever, she'll even help you with that. And honestly, she was just such a pleasure to have on the trip. I think I was spoiled, honestly, having a personal guide on this trip, but it is genuinely amazing. See, people here who traveled on the trip recently can attest to how much she cared about us as a group. And so we're paying for that as well. And last but not least, well, actually there's 2 more things, but also you're also paying for me because I am also there to help prepare things. I'm helping create these workshops. I'm also using the money to pay the studios and the people who are coming out here and taking their time to meet with you guys. And on top of that, those one-on-one mentorships, I genuinely want them to be a very memorable and actually valuable experience. And then the last thing that also this price goes into is unfortunately the one that we all forget sometimes, which is taxes and fees. Taxes and fees. Can we get some F's in the chat? Taxes and fees is another thing that goes into the price of this. So, but with that again is all of this. And I think after you've seen all of that and the breakdowns, you will again realize, hold on, Kasem, this is actually a really good deal. This is because you're not just, again, paying for a trip to Japan, but you're paying for everything from an itemized itinerary to an experience with 25 people over 7 days with a guide, art workshops dedicated for you leveling up. This is really an art retreat. And if you're looking to level up all while doing it with a bunch of other people, I would definitely highly recommend that you check this trip out. Now that we've done all that, though, and we've shared it, some of you might be interested, okay? Some of you might be interested, hopefully. So if you guys are interested, here is a link that you guys can do an early sign up for, okay? This, I'll show you guys right now. I'm going to share it on YouTube and on Twitch, so 1 second. Here is the link to that. This right here, all you got to do, okay? Mind you, all you got to do is this is not gonna ask for your payment or anything. You just put your name, your first name, your email, your phone number, and then you get notified. That's it. This is no commitment to anything, just for you to put your info on there, just for me to know that you're interested. And then that way, next Monday, 9 a.m. PST. So write this down, okay? Next Monday, 9 a.m. PST. This is going to be, I think, let me look at the specific date. June 16. Okay, June 16, 9 a.m. PST. 9 a.m. PST. I'll be opening this up to the public, and then you guys will be able to sign up. Now, from this website, what's great about this website, guys, is that you can actually take a look at this. You will get the breakdown of the itinerary, everything from all the stuff that I've said, so you don't have to remember everything in this video, but you'll get the location, you'll get all the dinners, you'll even get like the breakdown of the roughly how long everything is going to be, right? And people asking when it's going to be in early October, all right? Early October, from September 27 to October 3rd, 2026. Plenty of time. And again, you guys can see all of this stuff here on this website. Now, if there are any questions, this is a great time to ask those questions. I know we've gotten questions in the past. So let me go ahead and let me answer some of those questions that I've already gotten in the past, okay? So a common question that I've gotten before was, KSM, can you bring somebody with you? Yes. You can bring somebody with you. You can bring your partner. You can bring a family member. You can bring a friend with you. The only thing is they just need to pay for their own spot on the trip. But on my last trip in May, we had people who brought their partners along, somebody who brought their sibling along, somebody who had a friend, right? So you can go ahead and bring somebody with you. Don't go alone if you don't want to go alone, right? The other common question that I've gotten is, KSM, do you have to be a certain skill level to be on this trip? And the answer to that is no. Actually, all skill levels are welcome, and the workshops, the mentorships, all of those things that I'll be making for you guys will be tailored to your specific needs. And that's why it's so important for me to actually do a one-on-one mentorship with you prior to the trip, so that way you can really get the most out of this trip. Another question is, will we be together the entire time? So if you guys take a look at the itinerary, you'll find that usually the way it's structured is the first half of the day, we have stuff that we do together up until about 2 to 3 p.m. And then you have the rest of the day. You have the rest of the day to go explore. What we did in our May trip was people got together to go shopping because people were like, hey, I want to go buy manga books, or hey, I want to buy art supplies, or hey, I want to grab food or dinner, or I want to check out this park. And then you end up making friends to socialize with different people. And then you can go off or maybe you want to go alone and explore the world of Japan alone. So you can definitely do that. And then let me go ahead and see if there are any other questions out here. So somebody asked, what local area shops do you like to visit in those areas? So for this one, we're going to be in Osaka and Kyoto, which is primarily known for a lot of their food. They're known for a lot of their beautiful cultural sites. And so personally, I'm going to be visiting Dotonbori, where I'm going to be eating my fill in food, and also on top of that, drawing everything and anything. Now, some of you are saying, KSM, artist socializing? Ain't no way. But when I tell you that this group that I had with me in Japan in May were some of the most diverse people who were in this group, many of which probably I would label as introverted, but I think we had such a beautiful group that everyone just socialized together within the own capacities, right? Within the space. And because the beautiful thing about this is that we're all artists. It's not like you're socializing with other people who are non-artists. In this space, we are all artists, and we all understand it. We all understand the situation and feeling of awkwardness of getting to meet new people, talking and all of that. And there's something about that that just makes it feel more relaxing. And we have a common ground, something to start off with. We can all talk and rant about the struggles of being an artist, and it's beautiful. I honestly, I think everybody there had a good time. And so with that being said, again, if you are interested in this trip, just fill out this form. And if you in particular are like, KSM, I know that this trip is for me. I want to make sure I secure a spot. I want to get that early discount price. I know it and I want it right now, because here's the reality. I've hosted 2 trips. I've launched 2 trips last year, and both trips sold out within an hour of the launch. I don't know how it happened. I guess people are really into it. And if you don't want to be in that situation where you really want to go, but you feel like you're missing out, reach out to me directly. Okay, reach out to me directly, message me on Discord, message me on Instagram, at me on YouTube if you're watching this on YouTube, and let me know. And then maybe we can try to see if we can figure something out. And yeah, but with that, all right, we back, we back. Sorry, I got rudely interrupted by my own ad break. Crazy. But as I was saying, yes, guys, if you guys are interested at all, feel free to message me, reach out about this trip. I am so looking forward to this trip. And actually, Kayla earlier, Kayla said, I'm an industry professional. Does this trip apply to me? Actually, if you are an industry professional, it's almost like you unlock a different set of things, because when I tell you guys that the guests who I'm bringing in, right, these people are not just there to talk with you. They're looking for talent. They're looking for people to work in their spaces. They want people. The hard part about people in Japan is that they don't have the connections of people abroad from Japan. So if you're an industry professional, it's almost like you unlock a different path of a video game. You're like, oh, hold on, these options are available. So you'll get a different experience. Like, I think everybody who goes on this trip will get a different experience, and it's my job, right? Again, it's my job to help make sure you maximize everything out of this trip. So personally, I think whether you're a beginner artist or you're an industry professional, I do believe that there is something to get out of this trip if you are interested. So with that being said, I'm just getting some messages already right now. I'm not a pro, but can I get some of those options? Unlocking some options? Yes, of course. So anyways, are there any other questions out here? I just want to make sure I answer any more questions before I move back into the drawing stuff. Any questions? No? We good? Hopefully. But yeah, that is the Japan trip. What will we draw there? Oh, there will be a lot of drawing. Primarily on this trip, we are going to be drawing some deer, but I'll be having drawing exercises every week. And again, as part of my whole thing about, being a character designer and a storyteller, we're even going to be talking about storyboarding a little bit. It was something I wish we spoke a lot more about, honestly, in the May trip. But a lot of things. We'll be drawing anything and everything, and practicing as well as getting feedback. Oh, somebody asked if the rooms are personal rooms. Oh, that's a great question. Yes. So let's talk about that. So, how does getting a room work, right? So in this trip, there will be a limited number of single rooms that can be booked on a first come, first serve basis. So again, if you're interested in this trip and you really want to book a room privately for yourself, reach out to me sooner than later so that maybe I can help you get access to that stuff sooner than later as well. But single rooms are available at a first come, first serve basis. But here's what I also will say. Room pairings will be done much later before the trip starts, when after people have gotten to know each other through the monthly hangouts that I host, through surveys and various requests. And I will say that for the May group, the pairings of people that room together, they did such an amazing job, because I feel like the people who got paired together just ended up being like tight-knit buddies. You guys became best buddies. A lot of the people who roomed together ended up exploring different areas together, doing different things together. And so I find that they do a really good job of trying to understand the individual, and it's not just random, right? But if you do want to get your own room, again, message me directly. Let me know that you're interested ahead of time, and we can try to figure something out. But otherwise, guys, that is the information about the 2026 Japan trip. Again, I am so excited for this trip. If you want to join in, hop in. Here's a link again if you guys want to click on that link. And then the date for when I'll be launching this. Okay, the date that I'll be launching this will be in Monday, June 16th, 9 a.m. How packed are each of the days? I have pretty limited stamina. If I could, probably need some help with that. You'll be fine. The days are not super packed. The Tokyo one was packed, but I've already given them a lot of feedback, and the Osaka and Kyoto trip is going to be way more chill. It's going to be friendly, travel friendly, so definitely it'll be a good balance. You'll have some time to just wind down and relax. But yeah. Will you be posting the poster on Instagram or Discord? Yes, I need to make an updated one. So this is the old one that I made for the trip for this year, but I will be posting a new one with all new type of information and all that cool stuff, so that way you guys can get that information as well. But yeah, I'm super excited, honestly. I hope you guys are as well too. And will parts of it be streamed? No. I will not be streaming the actual itinerary, but I will be streaming in Japan. I will be streaming by myself solo, but I wanted to respect everybody who is traveling on this trip. I know not everybody wants to be on camera, but also I want to be there in the moment. I am there for those people, right? I'm there for the 24 people who signed up for this trip. And so I want my full attention to be dedicated to these people, not to, you know, being a live streamer and being a YouTuber. Afterwards, though, in the itinerary, I will be doing my own streaming and self-exploration. But the trip itself, the workshops, the mentorships, everything will be private to that trip, because again, it's about being there in the present, right? That's really what this trip is about, is again coming together as artists and doing something that is outside of what we normally do by ourselves, right? So anyways, I know we've been rambling a bit about this trip. I hope that this was informative. I hope that for those of you who were intrigued by it but weren't sure about the information, hopefully this answered some things for you. And hopefully I'll get to see you there. Crossing fingers. Genuinely. I'm super curious to see who will be joining me on this trip. But okay. With that being said, let me save this. And let me go back to drawing. Oh yeah, we're getting some messages now. We're getting some messages now. Jeez. Hold on, I'm gonna mute it really quick just because I don't want to. I'm gonna mute it for like 3 hours. We're getting the messages. They're coming in. They're coming in. All right, we're back. I should probably turn it to a YouTube video too, so that way people can get information on it. You're trying to go? Klopp, are you going to try to go? Dude, that'll be sick. All right. So we have here the breakdown of this mannequin. Somebody, let's answer some TTS.
I have a question about character design challenge.
Okay.
Are we gonna design people only? Or will we try our hand at Terran beasts?
Oh,
Please.
Oh, hell
it's a
yeah.
great opportunity for some animal studies.
Oh, yeah. We're going to get into some Terran beasts for sure. We're going to get into that, but I don't know if you guys are ready for that. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Maybe we need to do we need to go to the zoo.
How would you make the mannequin more organic? Like a quick 30 seconds version.
Bro, a 30-second version? Wait, what? What the hell is going on? Huh? Oh, that was weird. Okay, sorry. A 45-second version of how to make the mannequin more organic? Okay, sure. If you want to make it more organic, ideally what you want to do is you're looking to kind of connect the forms, and overall making something more organic really just comes down to just loosening up a lot of the anatomy, right? So here, let me lower the opacity even further. So for example, a more organic attempt at this might go in here, and we might showcase, for example, the connection to the neck. Here, when we get into drawing the arms, I might actually go in here and add some flow into the deltoids. Here, I might go in and add some bicep shapes. Right? Then I'm going in here and I'm adding more organic overlap. So I'm connecting now the body as opposed to just drawing the little mannequin shapes. You see that? Yes. So just turning it into a person. No, but in all seriousness, what I'm trying to do is I think intersection is going to be such a big part of it, right? Being able to add overlap to the body is going to be how you turn something that is a mannequin, right? So here, let me explain it in YouTube Shorts term. 30 seconds or less. Okay, here we go. All right. So if you've been drawing mannequins and you're trying to figure out how to turn these mannequins into something that feels a bit more organic, it really comes down to one thing, which is taking this mannequin shape and just adding a bit more overlap. And you'll see here, all I've really done to kind of make this mannequin feel just a little bit more like a human is I'm adding in layers here of overlap between the neck and the shoulder. I'm adding in here that deltoid muscle, but then I'm adding a little bit of overlap right in front of that tricep. Here, now this arm is just kind of going in, and here I'm adding a little bit more for the rib cage there. And you'll find that as you kind of go in here, you can even do things like, for example, adding curvature for the sternocleidomastoid for the neck right here, like this area, and then here for the sartorius muscle on the neck. So really taking something that feels like a mannequin and just adding it more, adding in more overlap is really all you need to do. How do you do that? Of course, you watch my anatomy tutorial videos on YouTube, and that will hopefully help you take it to that next level. So there you go. Hard question, honestly. Let's see. Let's do this one.
Will you teach us how to draw an interactive background where the character is in the scene and I don't understand how to actually visualize the point where the character sees the scene for the interactive background shot?
I think we've done some of those. When we talk about like the storyboarding stuff that we've done. I'm sure you guys have seen those, that we've done those before, where we get into how the character basically interacts with the environment, right? And how perspective plays a role, how the camera angle plays a role. Interactive background, I'm assuming what they mean is they're meaning like when a character is interacting maybe with the background, like they're running or jumping over things or whatever have you. Usually backgrounds are pretty still, and then you can draw the things that you can draw the things afterwards that the character's interacting with, like a box, or they're jumping over I don't know, jumping over a handle rail or something. But I think there can be many solutions too. For example, 3D. I've seen a lot of 3D artists or 3D animations that actually go in and utilize 3D space when they board. And so then what you're doing is you're kind of drawing the characters interacting with the 3D space as it's, maneuvering and stuff. So yeah. Kasem, could you make a how to make $3,000 art tutorial asking for a friend? The first step is to lock in, JJ Master. That's it. The first step to making money as an artist is you need to lock in. That's the what a shocker. What a shocker. But it's what I've been telling you guys from the start of this stream, is that sometimes our brain works against us because our brain tells us that we are not good enough to do something, that we shouldn't try new things because the fear of failure is spooky, right? F's in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. You're like, Kasem, man, I could be such a better artist, but I don't know. I open up a blank page and I don't know what to do, or You know, I'm afraid of failure, or you have imposter syndrome or insecurity. Part of why that's the first thing I want to talk about in my workshops is part of that reason is I want to help address some of those topics. Anyways, this is turning out to be longer than the 30 seconds that I was saying I was going to do. But hopefully that answers your question too. And for anybody here who's trying to make their stuff more organic, it really, I think it really comes down to understanding how to create those nice subtle overlaps. Yeah. Hopefully that helps. I mean, I could do the mannequins less like this and more organic if that helps people. I don't know. What kind of mannequins would you guys want? Do you guys want more organic-y mannequins? What's the vibe? What are you guys vibing with? You guys want more like this? Oh shit. Like this? Or more like this? Did I delete it? Am I insane? I have a habit of just deleting shit. Oh, here you go. Or do you guys want something like this? How do you throw cool clothes on a mannequin? That's a whole different stream. Clothing is a whole different thing. Chat, save your work. Yes, save the work. Save your work, guys. You like the basic mannequins? All right. Well, we can keep them as basic mannequins. We don't have to make it overcomplicated. Let me message real quick. This is why you have autosave on? Yeah. Yeah, I think I have autosave on too, so thankfully we're okay. Okay. Alrighty. With that, let's, I guess, go into seeing what you guys have done. Ah, but I do like how organic this feels. Shit. It's growing on me. What do we do, chat? I'll do a hybrid. I'll do a hybrid approach where we get where you get to see both. Maybe at like 25% opacity. It's fine. It's fine. We'll keep it as mannequins. But hopefully you guys see it. Yeah, you guys can see what I'm trying to do. Okay, we'll keep it as mannequins for now. I will just keep it as a separate layer. And then let's go in and let's take a look. Both is better? Wait, you guys like it when it's both? Ah, shit. Okay, how does this look? No, it's not. It's just you guys. I'm trying to figure out what you guys want. You guys want it like this? Is this good? You got your Capri Sun, you ready to lock in? Okay. Let's do this.
Share your opinion about solo leveling.
Solo leveling. I want to first preface. That I've only read the manga. I've not watched the anime. I think the manga was very, very enjoyable. Okay. I think it was a very well made, not manga, sorry, manhwa, whatever. It was very good. I really enjoyed the aspects of it. I think some parts of it definitely feel like a little repetitive and stuff, but I think overall the story was well executed, and I like the character Jinwoo. So yeah, I don't know much about the anime though. I hear some people love the anime. Some people say that the anime is too generic. Some people say that the, what's it called? That Freyren should have won anime of the year. I don't know much about that, to be honest. Oh shit. Jepti asks, how long does it take for you to finish one character? It depends, but I mean, I've done all of these characters roughly on stream. So if I wasn't on stream and I was just doing it solo, if I was doing it by myself, not on a stream, probably something like this would take me about 2.5 to maybe 3 hours if I was just locked in by myself. But because I do it on stream, obviously it takes me a little bit longer, but I would say a fully colored character like this with all the details, bells and whistles, probably 2, yeah, I would say something like that. Hey, thanks for the follow, Lost Zemi. Appreciate it. It depends though. It really depends on the character because you guys are mad distracting. Oh, very, very. It's not even that you guys are distracting. It's like there's the aspect of it being that obviously I'm doing it live, and so because people are watching me, that'll always impact my drawing, right? Like it's just what it is. Like, because I know that people are watching, it will highly influence the quality of my work and the quality of my focus. On top of that, I'm also actively trying to, read the chat and look up, look down. And so I'm not looking at my drawing at all times, which sometimes leads me to have to restart what I was thinking about. But again, at the end of the day, it's not a big deal. It's just, it's part of the, it's part of the job of choosing to be an art YouTuber / Twitch streamer, is that you kind of have to learn how to do it. I'm surprised you don't forget that we're here, given that we're just words on a screen. Well, you're not just words on a screen to me. You're people. you're people who have taken your time out of the day to sit down here and spend time with me, right? And for some of you, you're people who I've even met in person, who I got to spend time with in Japan. So you're more than just people on a screen. You're more than just, chatters, but like you're people who I've traveled with. So yeah, I think, like, I don't know. I don't think of you guys as just words. I feel special. Okay. All right, buddy. Don't get too happy now. All right. Some of us scrubbed your back at the bathhouse. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What happens in Japan stays in Japan.
Still touching people's submissions today? Does that mean we're going long?
Why does it sound... What? Why do you say it like that? Why do you say it like that? Are you still touching people's submissions? Yes, I will be looking at people's submissions still today, guys. We will be looking at people's submissions today. Actually, probably right about now. Now is the time. Rise up. This chat, yeah, this chat's wild. Wild. We're back. All right. So basically, we have this one right here, and I think we're going to do a few more. But I realized, guys, that it's already 12. Time flies. It's about to be 12 o'clock. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a break, my usual 1 hour break. And then when I come back, we're going to jump into doing the submissions from the community. All right. We have a lot of submissions to look at today. So we're going to be looking at them and reviewing them today, giving feedback on the character proportions and showing you guys how you can hopefully level them up to kind of match my style. All right. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a little a little bit of a breaker, but we're gonna knock these out. I think it's valuable for us to get these, and then that way you guys can, if you want to, you can even copy pasta. You can even copy pasta these if you want to. But yeah, also I forgot, did you guys want me to upload this or nah? I forgot, I don't know. Do you guys care about this one? Like, should I not like care about it, but like, do you guys want me to send this or nah? Maybe I should. Might as well. I mean, share everything to the board. Honestly, I should be uploading all these characters to the board. Okay, wait, hold on. I should ask a question. Guys, now that we have all 3 characters, lined up, now pick your favorite. Okay. See, now that we actually have them all together, now pick your favorite. Let's do it like this. We're gonna do A, B, C. A, B, or C. Type them in the chat. Damn, you guys really like the first 2. All of them. C is the most eye-catching. I love the fur and the belt. True. A is fun. My personal my personal favorite. This is tough, man. Let me see. No, he's good. He's a good design. He's a good design. But Guton's got lore, right? Like Guton has the lore going for him. Plus I shaded these 2 as well. I will say I did add shading to these 2, so it does make them pop a little bit. And he's got the bread. But see, she's so pretty. I don't know. She's so pretty. I feel like I could like keep zooming in. I feel like she's a character that I could just keep looking at and be like, "Ooh, look at this! Ooh, look at this! Ooh, look at her lips! Ooh," you know. It's tough. I really like C a lot. I think I'm gonna have to go with C. And she doesn't even have any shading. I should add some shading to her to really make her to the same level of quality as these 2. But she's so pretty. Little blue shrimp. All right, anyways, you guys have 1 hour to submit your drawings if you have not yet submitted them for feedback. Alex the Great, if you're watching right now, I'll put a challenge for you. If you submit by the time I'm back, I will look at your drawing. I say this because I know, I feel like for you, this is going to be a challenge. For you, you're going to be like, oh, hell no, bro. It's going to be hard. Let's answer some TTS.
I check out when I drew the circles over the characters in Lazarus. I was shocked that all the circles match up together so accurately. How do they stay consistent with heads throughout the episodes? Will Ground Zero match up that consistent look?
I mean, we'll try. It all just takes intuition, man. It's all just intuition. Really is. Intuition and skill and experience. That's all it is. Oh, also, don't forget she has
On a scale of Vegeta to Vash the Stampede, where does Kai fall in line?
Oh man, Kai is more Vash than he is Vegeta. Kai is like, so here's the thing about Kai is that Kai, because he was the Dark Star, right? In the society that he's in, he's kind of like a celebrity to many, right? He's kind of like he's the chosen one. He's the one that people are looking for, looking at. So he's kind of like a public figure in the space of the ACL. And so as part of that, he's almost had to present himself externally as like this hero type figure. But internally, the guy's brooding, man. The guy's just like constantly depressed and stressed and waking up with nightmares. And so it's kind of like this internal external struggle where externally he's kind of like this kind of more goofy, more nonchalant type of guy. He's like, oh, I don't care too much, you know, like, but then internally he's raging, bro. He's raging inside. He's hurting inside. Let me see.
Are there any turnarounds for Guten and Beastman?
For Guton and Beastman? No, not yet. Not yet. We haven't done any turnarounds for them. I don't think I'll have time to. I need to do some. I need to spend some time to do lore stuff. Hopefully on Tuesday, and then maybe Wednesday we'll do some lore stuff. There's so much I need to do for Ground Zero. It's insane. It's insane. But honestly, I can't complain. I've been enjoying these. Like creating these characters, even though they're realistically not like main characters in the story. Maybe they should be. Ah, man, screw it. Maybe these characters are part of my main world. I just need to give them some meaning. I don't know. Anyways, guys, I am going to take a break. I'm going to take a 1 hour break to go eat, walk my dogs, who you can see here has been chilling. Let's actually say hi. You guys want to say hi to him real quick? Appa, come here. Come here, buddy. Yeah. You want to jump up? All right, he's too tired. Fun fact, we found out that Appa loves cabbages. He loves cabbages. I think he loves cabbages more than he likes eating beef or chicken. Bye, buddy. He has truly stayed accurate to his name. This guy loves cabbages. He loves grass in general. It's funny, dude. It's funny that we named him that. We named him Appa, and he literally has become Appa. All right, so really quick, guys. BRB for lunch. BRB for lunch. Highest level in words on stream equals number of push-ups. Please don't hurt me too much. All right, I'm gonna pin this for about 60 minutes. Will it let me do that? No, it won't. Okay, I'll pin it manually. All right, guys. I am gonna go and I will be back. I'll catch you guys in a bit, all right? YouTube side as well, hang tight. We're gonna be looking at your submissions when I come back. I'm very excited. All right, BRBs. Burpees? Burpees are not bad. I could do burpees. All right, guys. Let's go. I'm back, baby. We back. We back. All right. If you are listening right now, if you can hear me in the chat, type a quick T. If you're watching from Twitch, and if you're watching from YouTube and you're somehow still here, type a Y in the chat. Let's get this one started. 3, 2, bring it back for 1. Yo, we're back. Let's go. Let's go. So close. You guys almost had me there. How many push-ups are we doing today, chat? How many push-ups are we doing today? 16? 14? 16, right? No. Hey, what was that? What was that, bro? The ad break's crazy. All right. Okay. We're back. We're going to do the push-ups. And we're also going to give my dog Amy. We have Amy now. So we switched off from Appa to Amy. Amy's here. We're going to give her a toy because she likes to play with toys. Today, we're going to give Amy her monkey. Dude, what happened to this guy? Arm is gone? Leg is missing? Yeesh. All right, here you go. All right, 16 push-ups. Okay. Easy. Easy. You guys need to get better at this game. What? The angle. You think there needs to be 10 more in there? Well, you guys should have hit 10 more. That's how the game works. Alrighty. We're back. Okay, so we're going to go in here, and today, as the second part of this stream, we are going to be reviewing the work and the character designs that you guys submitted. You guys have submitted a lot of designs, and we're going to be reviewing the anatomy, the forms, the proportions of your characters. And so we have here these characters right here, and we will be working on them. Well, actually, no, we've already done work on them. We are going to fix the proportions, actually. Whoop. There you go. So we're going to be looking at them. All right, we're going to be seeing how they are. Oh, you like how she turned out? Yeah, I'm very happy how she turned out too. I think she's my favorite. She is of the roster so far. I think she is the one I like the most. All right, let me catch a breather. Jeez. I think what we need to do is we need to make a quick YouTube video to just recap the stuff that we talked about earlier. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. We'll talk about proportions and all that stuff. And then from there, we will get into your guys' stuff, all right? Let me see. Not this one. Oh, shit. It's this one. This is the crazy diagram. Okay, we're going to run through all of this again. Okay? Because why not? All right. We're going to run through this again, but this time in YouTube speed. YouTube level speed. And so I'm going to need you guys to do some hi YouTubes in the chat. And then we'll get into it. All right. Do I even have notes for this stream? I guess not. Maybe I do. All right, everybody in the chat, type hi YouTube. And if you're watching from YouTube, you can type first because you're already here. You've already done it. You're already in the YouTube side. All right. Let me get the Twitch chat. The chatty chat in here. All right, here we go. If you've been wanting to level up your character design skills, but maybe you weren't really sure how to go about it, well, today I'm going to share with you how you can level up your character design skills in 5 days. And today is actually day 3 of the character design workshop, where we will be looking at how to approach proportions, forms, and overall how to do anatomy for your characters. Now, if you want to see how we take some of these characters, for example, and we break it down into looking something like this so that we can better understand all the shapes, this is definitely going to be the video for you. Now, if it's your first time here, my name is KSM and I'm a professional character designer in the animation industry, having worked for studios that have done stuff like Castlevania, Legends of Vox Machina, and more. And if you like what you see, make sure to like and subscribe. But with that, let's get started. Yo, chill, dude. Chill, bro. YouTube intro is crazy locked in. Okay, there it is. That is the YouTube intro. Let's play some music. I like the music. All right. So, by the way, this whole thing is completely for free. And if you want to get your characters and stuff reviewed by me, you can actually join the Discord channel and look for something called #GZGuide to get involved. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of these submissions, or actually some of these drawings that I've done. But before we look into doing some of the mannequin shapes of this, it's actually important to start off first by understanding the human body, right? So let's take a look at the human body and let's try to understand some of the proportions here of the human body so that we can then better understand how we translate some of these things to your own art style, right? I'm not here to teach you how to draw realistically. I'm not here to teach you how to draw in my style, but I think by understanding how to observe these things, you can then draw your characters more consistently or draw in other styles more consistently as well. So, all right, let's go right in here. And the first thing I want to highlight is when we are looking at the human body, let's say this person right here, the first thing that oftentimes we hear about is to draw the character and figure them all out based off of the number of how many heads tall they are. If you know what I'm talking about, type a 1 in the chat. Maybe you've seen this in books, maybe you've seen this in videos, tutorials where people say to understand how many heads tall a character is. As you can see here, we've actually done a little bit of that already, where I have a character named Kai who was part of my animated show Ground Zero, and I gave him 8 heads tall of height. And for this one right here, for the average human body, we're looking at roughly around 7 heads tall, right? Now, I'm going to go over this so that you guys understand, but later I'm going to let you know why I think this approach is actually very limiting and why I would suggest something else instead. But before we get there, let's first take a look at this one. So one of the things that's important about understanding the baseline here of having something be measured by, let's just say, the head, is that it can actually give you a good starting point of how to understand the proportions of your character. Now, here is kind of what's really cool. If you take a look at the human body right here, right? As you can see, I already labeled it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heads tall. But what you can do right off the bat is from the top of the head all the way down to the base there of the foot. If you were to find that halfway point, right? So halfway here of 7 heads tall is going to be about 3.5. You'll actually find that right here is going to be a little bit of a bony landmark. You can actually see it on this person right here, this little bony landmark. And what this bony landmark does in a very, very cool way is it actually denotes something called the greater trochanter. Now you might say, KSM, bro, come on, man. Is this another anatomy lesson? Don't you have a 30-day boot camp for that? I do. And it's free also, which you can check out on my YouTube channel. But the greater trochanter here is important for us to understand proportion. And I don't know if I spelled this right, but it's important because it helps us understand the halfway point of where the body will be and also where the legs will start. Because this right here, this word actually denotes the bony landmark of the head of the femur bone. And that femur bone is basically the upper bone there of that leg, right? So with this femur bone that connects to the patella and the knee and it connects to the hip and stuff, this is going to help us understand the starting point of the proportions of the leg. So now we got here this thing called the greater trochanter. And what's cool is that from here, this bony landmark, halfway down from here to here, which is roughly 1/4 the total height of your character, right? So if we go, let's just say it's probably right about here is going to be that, right? So halfway from 3.5, so another kind of landmark right about here is going to be where the knees will be. And you can kind of see that right here on this character. Roughly here, the knees will land. So what does this tell us? Well, it makes it really easy because now if you were to draw a character like this, and if you knew how much space you wanted, you can find the halfway point and you can basically say, cool, this is where the knees are, this is where the feet is, boom, boom, boom. Super easy, actually. So a very great little tip here is, again, I'll repeat it. If you want to figure out some of the easy proportions for your character, the first thing you can start off with is understanding that the leg starts at the halfway mark. Anatomically, this is known as the greater trochanter, which is that head portion there of the femur bone. And then from there, halfway of that is going to be where the knee lands. And so you can easily draw your character right here, put the legs, the knees, and the feet, and then you can go in and put the rest of the character, which if you're interested in, you can check out the full portion of this video today, right? So there you go. That's the first kind of cool thing about this is we have these slight kind of general proportions. Now, from here, there's other really cool things to consider. What's great about understanding the proportions of the body using the head as a reference is that from the top of the head right here to the chin, that same distance down is actually going to get you right where the sternum ends. It's very nice because it ends right here, and that's actually where you can also line up your pectoral muscles. So again, a beautiful kind of another landmark right there is you can go one head down from the chin. Right there is going to be where the pectorals land. Now, obviously, if you're drawing a female character, they're going to have maybe more than just the pectoral muscles. They will have also that mass for the breasts and all of that stuff, right? But the general placement of the sternum should roughly be about there, roughly about one head down from the chin. So already off the bat, we're getting some nice little landmarks because if you can figure out where that chest is going to be, then you can go in and you can start laying out the shoulder, you can start laying out the clavicle and all that stuff, right? Now, what else can we kind of decipher from this landmark? You can also see here, take a look at this, that roughly for the human body, 4 heads down is going to be where the end of the pelvis will be. Right? But here is where things are going to deviate and where I kind of want to take a step back. As you can see, we're doing all these measurements and calculating the number of heads and stuff, but it's really going to be difficult when you're trying to draw your characters and you're trying to go in and say, okay, well, this is 1 head tall and this is 1 head and maybe this is 1 head and 1 head like that. Put an F in the chat if you're watching live right now and you know what I'm talking about. right? Maybe you've done this before yourself. You're going in, you're trying to draw a character and you're like, okay, maybe this is a head. Maybe the arms are supposed to be like this number of heads. And you find that you're kind of doing this weird head measurement stuff, but then your drawing ends up not looking good. It ends up feeling too stiff. Sometimes it feels like even though the proportions might be right, it doesn't actually feel right overall. And so I always tell people that while the head proportions are good to maybe just give yourself a general exposure for, I think it's better to actually focus more on relative proportions, right? So what the hell are relative proportions, KSM? What are we talking about right here? Well, actually, I already gave you one of them, which is going to be the proportion here of the legs, right? That is a beautiful, easy proportion to think about, because instead of thinking about your character being 7, 8, 9 heads tall, all you need to remember is that the legs are about halfway from the top of the head to the bottom of the foot, right? So that's an easy relative proportion to think about, way easier than thinking about this thing being 5 heads tall or whatever. But let me give you some more, and hopefully these will actually blow your mind a little bit. So take a look at this. If you take here the clavicle, all right, this right here is the clavicle, also known as the collarbone. And if you take the base right here of the pelvis, right, the halfway mark right there is usually where the 10th rib is going to line up. All right. If you don't know what the 10th rib is, you can actually touch yourself educationally, but you'll find it right here, little bony landmarks on the body. And of course, every single body is different, so it might not necessarily be the same. Sometimes fat distribution changes things, right? Your overall skeletal mass might change things, but generally speaking, you'll find the 10th rib to be somewhere right here between your pelvis and your sternum, right? You'll find it kind of right there. And what's great about finding this landmark is that imagine here, check this out. Imagine you just did a little box, right? From the clavicle, like that, all the way down to that 10th rib. This is where this is going to be some magic, okay? You take the clavicle all the way to the 10th rib, and then what I want you to do is you copy, paste it, okay? Take this new thing, you flip it down, and watch this. You see that? The length from the clavicle to the 10th rib is roughly the same distance from the 10th rib to the base of the pelvis. And so now what this means is if you want to draw a character in side view and you're trying to figure out the proportions, all you have to do is just go like this, and then boom. Look at that. And then on top of that, what you can do also is you can find here that the halfway point of this box is going to be, again, where that pectorals kind of start, right? Where the chest muscles start. And then halfway right here is roughly where the pelvis starts. And notice how this is so much easier to understand than trying to, again, measure 1 to 2 to 3 heads down. Because now all you got to do is you can say, well, I want to draw a character and I want their build to be wide, right? I want them to have a big chunky build. Okay, then you go like this, you figure that out. Maybe you have a smaller head for your character like this, right? Then you take this right here, you say you want the legs to be here. How long do those legs need to be? Easy. You just take the half of here, half of here, and then boom, look at that. You have a character. Right? And the proportions can be whatever you want them to be. You can change the sizing of it. You can change it to be a 6 head structure head, 7 head structure head, 8 head structure, whatever you want to, because now you're using relative proportions instead. Now, obviously, this is going to vary with style. This is going to vary with technique, all of those things. So I highly encourage you to explore. But the point of this exercise is to not teach you to draw the characters using the specific proportions, but instead to give you the opportunity to explore for yourself, right? Study your favorite artists, study the human body, and try to come up with these simpler explanations of how you can start drawing your characters. Because if you can do this, you can basically draw your original characters in different poses, different, methods. All of those things all start from you having this base understanding. All right. So now that we've done this, though, You might say, KSM, well, how do I apply this to my style, right? Do I have to follow these rules? So let me actually give you a specific example where the rules don't apply, which is actually in my style, right? So in my style here, you'll see that, I mean, it looks semi-realistic. It looks like a character, right, that's standing. And roughly this character is 8 heads tall as opposed to the human body's 7 heads tall, right? The realistic example. But what I like to do in this style is I like to have my characters actually have this feeling like they're tall. And so one of the tricks that I do is that the halfway point, instead of the halfway point here being where the greater trochanter will be, instead I make the halfway point of the character to be the bottom of the pelvis, which means that the character now has their legs starting a little bit higher than average. And this gives you the illusion that this character feels tall because they have longer legs. You'll see that. So if we were to bring it back in this example, it's almost as if we started here, the halfway point of the body to be like roughly right here, and the legs were starting a little bit higher up, right? And so what that does is it again gives a character that feels taller. It feels longer than they actually are. And you'll see this technique actually utilized pretty commonly in styles like Castlevania. I think Legend of Korra does this as well, but it's just another, again, way to take these proportions and overall make your own. Now with that, hopefully this video has been helpful for you to approach proportions. And what we're going to do today on the live stream is we're going to look at some of these submissions that people have been giving for this challenge that we've been doing. And if you want to see what that looks like, or you want to submit something yourself, make sure to join the live stream or check out the VOD that we have here, both on twitch.tv/ksem or on youtube.com/ksem as well. But with that, make sure to like and subscribe. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Peace. There it is. Easy. I told you, man. We got the YouTube videos on lock. All right. No questions, hopefully. Bye, YouTubes. Yeah, I know. YouTube, bye. We got the YouTube outro. Okay, but now we're here live. We're going to go actually and take a look, all right? Let's see. Let's take a look. Didn't stutter or anything. You don't make mistakes out here. One and done, baby. Unscripted. Unscripted, unnecessary. We just go in and we just do what we got to do. Well, part of it is because I've been practicing this stuff for a minute. So this stuff has been ingrained in my memory since forever. But now let's put this away. And let's actually take a look at, again, the submissions that you guys had. All right. Let me put this one away first. All right. Let's take a look. Your communication skills are solid. Thank you. Thank you. Wait a minute. Is this Mateus? Mateus? Let me see. Hold on. We back. Bro, why is it the ad break always interrupts me right when something good is about to happen? I don't know if Mateus is still here, but if you guys are not familiar with Mateus, they're actually a really amazing artist. They're probably not here anymore. They got spooked by the ad break. But I've been following them for a minute, and I think I remember I think Fanged was saying that they had a mentorship with Mateus as well. So I've always been intrigued. I've always been intrigued by doing a mentorship with Mateus. But if I recall correctly, I believe they're also a concept artist in the industry. They do some amazing stuff. So highly recommend you guys check them out. But welcome into the stream. Today we've been doing some character designs and just showing people proportions and stuff and how I approach proportions. But speaking of that, let's take a look at your guys' submissions today from the community, and let's see which ones you guys want me to go over, because it's insane. It's insane how many we have. I feel like it grows every single month. Every single month I feel like it's expanding. Who should we review, guys? Anybody here in particular want me to review your stuff? Also, we have some TTS. Let's answer the TTS.
How are you noting down the lore anyway? Is there a unique way you are writing the story, or is it just Microsoft Word?
It's a combination of writing things down via text, right? Like via written files, but then also doing visual boards and art and stuff. So it's a combination of both. Okay, so we have here Waifu with no Laifu wants to volunteer their designs as tribute. Ah, children. I'm down to break down some kids. Who else we got on here? Ainvis. Someone said I want to see Ainvis. Rev Scribbles. Oh, Rev, you submitted a person sitting, man. That's too hard. That's a tough one. We could do it though. And then we have here Alex the Great as well. And Two Fool Cat. Okay, here's what we'll do. Let's take a look at people who've been submitting. I think Waifu with no Laifu is a good one because we haven't really talked about kids too much. So let's take a look at the proportions that we have here, guys. I'm going to save the image. So 1 second. Let me go ahead and grab this. Community designs. Make a new folder. Round 2. We'll start here with Waifu with no Laifu because they're doing children. We got to break the kids down, man. The kids. I haven't even had time yet to draw kids. So this will be great. This will be great for me to break down the proportions a little bit. 1 second. Hey, thank you for the follow. King Megu. Hey, appreciate that. For the children. Yeah, we gotta do it for the children. All right. There you go. Beautiful. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and grab it. I'm gonna grab these kids, and I'm going to move these kids over to the other side. All right, they're gonna get spooked, and they're gonna get moved to this side of the screen. Okay. So I think when you see it side by side next to my characters, you'll kind of see maybe where some of the differences are proportionally and stuff. But we'll definitely get there. King Megu says, I have now switched from YouTube and joined the master race on Twitch. Hey, don't get people's egos inflated out here. Okay. All right. We don't want these Twitch viewers to get too happy. All right. But thank you for switching over. I do appreciate that. Artists be like spending 5 years studying adult proportions only to have kid proportions throw a wrench in the whole thing. I know, it's so true. Very true. Speaking of which, by the way, I do want to just clarify for people who are just tuning in for the first time that what we're doing here today is basically I have an animated project that I'm working on called Ground Zero that is a part of the studio which I run called Glass Arrow Studios. And so we have an open challenge where people can actually submit your drawings to be included as incidentals for the show. And in return, I will be giving you feedback on that. And so I want to clarify that when we are going over the proportions and stuff for today's stream, that this is proportions specific to the style of Ground Zero and not necessarily to how you should alter your style, right? But if you were ever working in a production, this is the type of stuff that you would have to deal with. And that's kind of what I want to provide for you guys, is a little bit of that experience of what it's like to work on a production and then get feedback to try to tailor your work to a specific look or style. I want to clarify because I don't want people to come in and be like, man, KSM, like, this looks really good. Like, why are you telling them to change it? Because it does look good. I love your style. I love the eyes. I love the details. But obviously, if you were to work in a production, you would want to know how to change your style to match a different style, right? Let me just make sure I think I got them right. Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that for people who are coming in and submitting your drawings and all that stuff, right? Please don't take it harshly. I'm not here to critique you and tell you your style is bad. It's more so how to push your style to match that of mine. Now, here is the first thing that I'm going to do. The first thing, the easiest thing I'm going to do is let's break down your kids, all right? Let's understand the proportions of which you have created your characters. And so right here, we got the head of this character, very, very roundly shaped, mind you, which is beautiful. Then we're going to go down here, right? And we're just going to look and observe at what you've done. So that way we can compare it from just the baseline without looking at all the beautiful details. Because sometimes the details can hide a lot, including our understanding of anatomy. Yo, F's in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. How many of you guys here have drawn characters and you put the characters' hands in the pockets of the hoodies? Maybe you give your characters some really baggy clothing because you're like, anatomy? Man, never heard of her. Never heard of her. I mean, I still do that sometimes. Sometimes I'll get a monster design and I'm like, can my monster wear a trench coat, please? Can they just have a trench coat? Wait, didn't somebody I'm pretty sure somebody, was it you, Kayla? Didn't she submit a monster design? He straight up covered the monster. I won't roast you because it's actually a really good monster design. But it's a common thing. We do it all the time. So, you know, it's no shame. Oh, okay, there you go. No shame in doing that. It's understandable. Well, here I'm going to try my best to just grab the proportions that I see, right? And I think you've done a decent job here of at least informing me where things like the clavicle need to go. Right? And I think this is the pelvis area. So we're going to try to I'm going to try to figure out where I think things need to be. And we'll see from there. Okay. Ray on YouTube said, I fear hiding hands is a canon artist event. I think so. I agree 100%. Very much a canon event. Okay, hey, you know what? This is pretty good. I think here you've really actually captured the proportions of the legs of my style. Given this kid's got the Johnny Long Legs look. And I think what I'll do is I'll draw one of them, and because you drew two kids, which is great, your homework assignment would be to just effectively change the proportion of the other kid, you know? Which I think is great. Easy peasy. I had a hard time figuring out where a kid's legs would start, so I guessed. I think this is pretty accurate to my style. Here the arms, okay, I'll reserve any and all critiques until afterwards. It's interesting because initially I drew the trap muscles up here because that's where I thought they should be, but I think based off of your design it's a bit lower, which is fine. It's not a big deal. Wait a minute, you drew this character's hands in his pocket. How could you? How could you? Waifu with no laifu. We were literally just talking about this. It's fine. Shame. Shame. How dare you? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay. Let's do that. And then I think let's do... Let's do this side. And then let's talk about how we can make them... Well, let's observe it. And then let's see how it looks like. All right. Okay, there you go. Oh, he looks like a little monkey. Little monkey character. Monkey. All right. So this is the character baseline that you have, right? Mind you, this is pretty solid, I think, general proportion wise. Now, let's talk a little bit about, well, first of all, since you're here with me, actually, waifu, does this look accurate to you? Does it look like an accurate representation of your character's proportions? I want to make sure I'm capturing it to the best of what you were imagining for this character. Let me know. Also, Wildspaw, hey, welcome back in. Glad to have you back on here from the range, partner. Yeehaw. All right, did a good job? Okay, cool. Just making sure. Center line, don't forget the center line. Okay, so here's some quick things that you can do to just check the proportions right off the bat. The first thing is, let's go ahead and grab that head, right? Like, wee! Wee! And we can already look and see. Damn, bro. This kid's head, already off the bat, is looking a lot bigger than Kai's, right? So a quick little thing that we can do is we can just double check here, right? Double check the proportions based off of the scale model reference. So again, if you're studying another person's style, this should be easy because you'll have the reference. If you're studying your own style, you would replace that one with this. So here, I'm going to shrink the head a little bit just to say I want the kid's head to be roughly about this big, right? A little bit of a smaller kid. You can always approximate it. Not a big deal. But already off the bat, you can kind of see how your character's looking a little bit bigger, right? Now, that's not the worst thing, because what we could do is maybe we just need to resize it. So let's go ahead and see if we can resize this character. So let me actually... let's move your character here. That's the original. Let's do the scale reference, and we're going to move that scale reference back. Woo! Okay. And let's see if we can shrink down Curious George over here and make him look a little bit more like the size of this monkey head, right? Okay, that's roughly about the size. And then what we want to do is we want to line it up to the ground plane of our character, right? And we can see here, this is a baby. Damn, really? Really? Okay. So already off the bat, if we're looking at it that way, this ain't a kid anymore. This is a goo goo gaga. Okay, this is a little baby, which is again not the worst things. So let's go ahead and see what we can do, because maybe it's just a matter of adjusting the overall character's height. So maybe we can do that. Thank you for the follow too, Methodus 1057. Appreciate the follow. Let's see here. Somebody said Kasem's bullying kids again. Earlier he stated that the submissions are supposed to be in his style. In professional work, an artist has to bend to different styles depicted by usually an art director. Yes, and in this case I am the art director. So let's take a look and let's see what we can do. So generally, whenever I like to draw kids, I'm gonna give you guys some sauce right now, some information. I like to draw kids in roughly about, I would say, 6 heads tall. That's usually the approach that I like to go with. So with that, let's merge this one right here. Let's get our character to be on the ground plane like that. Okay. So lo and behold, we have here roughly about how tall this kid should be. Now again, it could change, right? It can vary, but I think having that 6 heads tall baseline, I think, should give us a rough idea of how to start drawing our little kid, our little boy character here. So let's go take this head now. Is it this one? No, this one. This one. And let's get to it. So first we cut off the kid's head. Then we move this height chart right here. Okay. And let's draw this character. So if you remember what I said earlier, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to first find the general height, right? So we're going to do the same techniques that I showed you guys in the demo that I did earlier. But we're going to just find the height of the character, right? We're going to find the baseline of the ground plane right there. And we're going to do exactly what we did last time. We're going to take the halfway mark like that. And we're going to establish right here roughly where the character is going to be. Now, again, this is something that you can do in other styles, right? You don't, in this case, this is my style. This is how I would approach it, but you don't have to do it in this approach. You can do it in whatever style you want, whether that be the realistic, Renaissance style, maybe the Disney style, maybe your own style, right? So I just want to emphasize that this is not a tutorial. This is not a demo to show you how to draw in my style per se. But more so a demo on showing you how to approach studying in any style. This is what I did when I was studying to work for like Legends of Vox Machina and to work for Powerhouse Animation, and I wanted to work on, Castlevania and stuff. I had to basically do this, right? I had to kind of figure out roughly how I wanted to lay out the proportions of my characters. So now that we have this, the thing that we're going to do next is we're basically going to go in here and I am going to find roughly where, again, I want that, like that end of that pelvis to be, right? And you can kind of see here, maybe it's going to be a little bit long, KSM. And you know what? It might be. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of keep it loose. Oh yeah, the honored one is here. Lights Desu with the prime sub. Thank you so much for the primer. How have you been, Lights Desu? I'm waiting for you to tell me about a certain thing. I think everybody in the chat is waiting for you to tell us about a certain thing. Please tell us. I hope he does. I really hope he does. Let's see. Okay, but from here, we're going to find the leg, right? And then let's kind of go down that halfway mark. Knees are about right here. Okay. Oh, there it is. I think I could have pushed. Yeah. We're gonna get to that. I will try to. I'll add some weight. I'll show you guys how to add some like weight to your characters and stuff too. That's a good request. Also, let's do some TTS so I can hear Lights Desu's TTS.
Can I request a look at mine? Proxima the Courier. Still rough stage, and I'd like your thoughts on which option to go forward with.
Oh, yeah, hopefully we can. I'll see how many we can do today. I'll try to do maybe 3 today, but you know, with these streams and the number of submissions and stuff, it's always a bit of a challenge. But I will do my best. Okay. So as you can see here, all I'm doing is I'm just using the base proportion there first of the head. And then from that head going in and just adding in everything else for this kid, right? And again, it could change. It depends on how young this kid is. Usually for a character that's about 6 heads tall, they're usually already kind of like a teenager. So if this character is even younger than that, I would actually probably shrink them down to kid size. So maybe they're like a kid. So when I say a teenager, I mean like maybe somebody who's like 13 or something, you know. Not necessarily like 18 years old, but like a young teen.
Have you considered doing a Skillshare course at one point in time?
Yes, actually, I have been reached out to do a Skillshare course, but I chose not to do it just because, one, I don't really have a lot of time, and two, I feel like I already teach a lot of things I've taught a lot of things on the internet that I feel like I would just be regurgitating that for Skillshare. And I don't know, it didn't make sense for me, but I had been in the past reached out to do some stuff for Skillshare, ultimately choosing not to do it. Nothing wrong with Skillshare, mind you. I've been sponsored by Skillshare a good number of times. Okay, so Laifu or Waifu with no Laifu says that they should be around 9 years old. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's adjust that, right? But already here, I mean, this is already a preteen, right? Hopefully you guys can see the build here. Now, something I want to be cautious about too is sometimes I've seen I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but sometimes I've seen character or people draw like female kid characters with like adult female proportions. And I'm not talking about the anime stuff, right, where it's intentional, and I'm talking about just like generally if you're trying to draw kids, you want to keep in mind that the proportions of children oftentimes they haven't hit puberty yet, right? And so you're not really going to see a lot of like crazy curvature or whatever. Oftentimes the general silhouette of a male and a female kid will actually look pretty identical. Will look pretty similar. You know, there really will not be that much variance, and that's something that I just want to call out, because sometimes I'll see it and I'm just like, that's it's kind of, you know, unless it's for a particular thing, right? Unless it's for a particular thing, I would probably avoid doing that. And even then, I wouldn't do it myself, right? But anyways, I hope that at least this stage was already helpful to you. Just kind of seeing how I would approach drawing maybe a preteen character, right? And in particular, again, it's not necessarily about the, not necessarily in my style, but just kind of the approach of it, right? How I took your design, I broke down the proportions of your design, and I compared it with what I was seeing from my design, or for the design that I'm working on. And if you do this, again, you can replace the reference of Kai, right? And you can put something else there instead. And I think the approach, the methodology would be roughly the same. Now, because you said that the character is a little bit younger, I'm going to go ahead now and I'm going to shrink them to be about 5 heads tall. So thankfully, we already have a height measure for this, but I'm just going to go in here and I'm going to just go like this. And I'm going to make them a little bit wider because the proportions now have scaled a bit differently. So it's the same concept. And then I'm going to actually make their head even bigger so that it's more of a 5 head structure and not a 6 head structure. Okay. And then you also made the request. You said, KSM, can you make them a little bit more bottom heavy, a little duck-like, right? Sure. Let's add some weight to these kids. So first we have this baseline mannequin. Yay. Hopefully this is helpful. Again, I will do my best to try to upload these for you guys to use as references if this is something you guys want as reference. I don't know if you guys want these. Probably, because I think I've seen a lot of people draw different types of characters. So I think probably having a general like proportion guide probably would be helpful for you guys. That way you don't have to think too hard on Kasem, how big is my character supposed to be? Because realistically, once you have this, right? Once you have this, guys, then it's really actually a lot easier now to go in and just build up the character proportions and shapes however you want them to be. How long is today's stream going to be? I don't know. Probably maybe till 4. We're vibing. We're having fun. Unless you guys are not having fun, then yikes. I guess we got to end the stream early. Yikes. Hold on, man. Hold on, partner. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Cool. Sorry, people are just messaging me about the Japan trip. Dude, I'm so excited. I'm already so excited that people are interested in going. For sure the trip is okay. For sure the trip is confirmed. We already okay, sorry. Oh, right. It's PST, Pacific time. So 2 hours. We probably have 2 more hours. Okay, so let me show you guys how to give them more of a chunky look, right? A little chunky kid design. And I will keep this one because I think this is a great build. But let's talk about adding some flub, some little flubber on these kids, to the kids. Give them a bit of chunk. All right, so what do I like to do? Well, firstly, let's start off with the face, right? The face is always a good start, a good place to start. All right, so this kid, he's been eating a bit. All right, so usually when it's kid characters, I like to give them, especially if they're kind of more on the chunkier side, which is always cute. I think kids who are a little chunky are happy kids. You know, it means that they're eating, they're having fun, enjoying the world. Live life, kid. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to thick up the neck. I love to just kind of take, again, the volume, and we're just going to thick up the neck. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to roll. We're going to roll the shoulders a little bit more, right? Now, because a kid will have a little bit more like fat and stuff, what's going to happen also is that generally when you have more fat in your body, like let's just say in the arms and all that, what's going to happen is you're going to also kind of outwardly open those arms out a bit more. And so I'm going to go in there, add a bit of chunkiness. Okay. The Bobby. He looks like Bobby. Bobby! Yo, King of the Hill reboot though? Yo, who would have thought that that was going to happen? That was crazy. King of the Hill reboot. Bobby looks like he's... Shit, Bobby could probably be my age, honestly. Hey, thanks for the follow, Sophia. I appreciate the follows out here today, guys. I hope you guys have been enjoying the stream. A lot of follows today, a lot of people tuning in, and well, thank you guys. You were just making an OC. Oh, perfect. You joined in at the right time and place, because we're actually doing a 5-day dedicated workshop completely for free on how to improve your character designs and how to push it to that next level. So if you're just working on your OC, you've got a little idea that you've got going on, and maybe you're asking yourself, how do I draw it from different angles? How do I maybe push it to be even more unique? This is it. Where? It's right here. It's live, actually. It is we're on day 3 already, but you can always watch the VODs, and I'll be editing these as YouTube videos as well. So if you missed it, which is okay, I'll be uploading shortened versions on my YouTube channel. And if somebody could be kind enough to just link my YouTube channel, that would be great. But thank you. Okay. Oh, we have a lot of TTS. Let's knock those TTS messages out too.
How many clothes will the main characters wear? Thoughtful face emoji.
What? Didn't we get this? Is this deja vu? Have I already answered this question? So confused. They're gonna have a lot. They're gonna have a lot of clothes because it's gonna change. Especially Adon, man. Adon goes through so many changes throughout the story. Poor dude. I mean, in a good way, but like, Adon is a character who, again, he's kind of like been sheltered his life by his dad, and so once his dad is missing and he's like kind of on his own, he has like a very naive take of the world, you know? So it's yeah, I'm sorry to my Adon fans, dude. Really am, man. I love Adon as a character. Like, it's just poor kid. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for what I'll do to Adon. Nothing's gonna happen, by the way. Nothing's gonna happen to Adon. I don't know where my
graphic designer at one point of learning the crafts.
Were you a graphic designer? No, I'm really bad at graphic design. Funny enough. Unfortunately, I'm not a good graphic designer. But I feel like learning graphic design would actually be really helpful. Also, I need to move up the character, really? Or not the character. Wait! Did I save the original? Ah! Damn it! I didn't save the original, did I? Like the one where he was six heads tall preteen. Ah, shit. Shit. And it breaks my heart. It's okay. We have the kid version. Why do I do this? You took a screenshot? You did? You're a lifesaver. We casted that kid to the void. The kid got sent to the shadow realms. Okay. So there you go. We have this version, and if you want to, we can even take him further. You know what I'm saying? We can even make him larger. Is that a baby or a man? This is gonna be a kid, so much younger character. And we can do that. We can definitely do that. Let's go further. Plus Ultra. All right. But yeah, I mean, does this help? I don't know. I don't know if this. I thought about doing this stream, and I was like, is this really gonna help people? I wasn't sure, to be honest. But let me know if this stream is helpful to you guys who are, especially those of you who are doing the challenge and stuff, just seeing how I would take the proportions a little bit. It's helpful for me because I need to build this library. I need to build a library of different proportions. But yeah, we can do one more. We can do one more level up, all right? But yeah, hopefully you can see the difference between my version and your version. I think the big thing that I see with some of the submissions and like my overall style is my style is actually somewhat pretty realistic. Like I try to keep the designs of my characters to be grounded grounded in reality, right? So like a ground zero. So because of that, you can kind of see a lot of my style will be, I try not to change the proportions too much. Okay. Right now, the kid looks too much like me. Are you this tall? You're 3 feet tall? Stop the cap. That's okay, though. I'm not saying it's a crazy thing, but like, that's impressive. What should the names be for this characters? Do a Juke breakdown or mine? Juke is a good one. I mean, for Juke, I feel like I don't even have to give too much of a breakdown. I could just tell. I could just tell Kayla, honestly, my thoughts on Juke. I think Juke is great design wise. I think he's pushing a little bit more on the Disney style, just a little bit, proportionally. So I would try to shift him to be tighten him up a little bit to lean a little bit more in the realistic-ish style. Like height wise, everything, he actually looks really good. Build wise, it's just a matter of adjusting some of the proportions. And usually the technique to do that is actually pretty simple. You just yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, Kayla. The only thing you really got to do is just shrink the head a little bit, and then define the muscles a little bit more. No, I like the long arms and short legs, but I want you to define the muscles a bit more. A good example actually is what's his name? Kotari. Kotari Inc. No, I love Juke. Juke is a great character, but I think when I take a look at, for example, I think Kotari Inc. is a good example of the kind of like proportion and style that I'm looking at, where it's not necessarily that I dislike long arms or legs, but like this. This is for me, this is good stuff, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. So good. I'm what? I'm what? Huh? Huh? You know what I mean though, right? Like, yeah. So like, I think that's kind of what I'm talking about, like with when it comes to proportions, is like, I think you can definitely keep the like the long arms, short legs, but I want you to like punch into the realism a little bit, you know? Hopefully that helps. I don't think I need to give you a draw over, Kayla, because I feel like you know. I think you get it, right? You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm putting down? I think so. Can I do yours? I can try. I can try. When I get there. There's so many to do. Okay, so if I want my character to get bigger than this, honestly, I think I wouldn't even change the head. I would just really change the build of this kid. Just again, making him even wider as a character. Especially on the front portion, right? That belly. Give this kid a belly. I do feel like I simplified the line work. I was looking at Phil Barrasa's when I was doing his cleanup, and he's super minimal with his line work. Yeah, we're not doing a Phil style. No disrespect to Phil. You guys know I love Phil. Phil's a crazy ass animator, crazy ass character designer. If I were to attribute, Kayla, if you wanted to mark a style that is closest to what I'm trying to hit, just for your reference. You already know them. She's an amazing artist, but Il Kwang Kim is probably the closest style that I would attribute to, or actually what I'm trying to really push for, and even I'm having a hard time hitting it, is the style of Studio Gonzo when they did Afro Samurai. Oh, this is the style I'm trying to get to. But this is tough. Oh my god, this style is so tough. It hurts my head. It hurts my head trying to get to this level. I know what you want now. Nice. Obviously, this is a bit more on the higher detailed side. That's what I'm trying to push for. But I think Il Kwang Kim is a great example of the style that I'm looking for. Let me show you guys some example of Il Kwang Kim stuff. I'm sure I got some Il Kwang. I mean, literally, here. From, this is from, where is this from? Witcher, Vesemir, blah, blah, blah thing. So this, like this style, or, let me see. That's kind of what we're pushing for. Like, oh, actually, Dota Dragon's Blood. Yeah, Nightmare of the Wolf. That's the good one. Dota Dragon Blood is a good example of that as well. Just pushing for that style. Honestly, the Devil May Cry look. Oh my god, that's sexy. This one. Oh my gosh. Oh, Il Kwang. Let me spell their name. Swooning. I'm swooning. I am wet. Man. But anyways, that's kind of like, that's what I'm looking for proportionally. And proportionally and like level of detail wise. Like I love the level of detail on Dante here. It's subtle, it's efficient, but it's detailed. I love it. So anyways, that's usually the style that I try to hit, and you can see it. You can see it when you when you look at Kai. You're like, okay. So Kai is a lot more detailed than how I would work if I was working on Vox. Why, you might ask? Because I want my animators to revolt. I want them to jump me. And yes, shadow is actually a huge part of it. You guys know, people who've been following me for a while know how much I talk about the power of shadow and how good shadow work is. It can literally make or break the level of detail in a design. Like it can really transform how detailed something looks like. Hence why when I show you guys, well, I already put it away, but if you take a look at the Afro Samurai stuff, right, the one I told you guys about earlier, if you take a look from their base character sheets to the shaded version, all the detail actually comes from the shading. It doesn't actually come from the line work, which is really cool. Actually, here, fine, I'll show you guys again. Let me show you, because I think this is worth mentioning, right? This is worth mentioning. So sometimes I get a lot of people who come in and they say, KSM, what happened to the newer anime style or the new animation style? What happened to the good old days with detail? But let me show you something that some people don't realize. If you take a look at this old style right here from Afro Samurai, you'll notice that, first of all, other than the line work being a little bit looser and adding some crunchiness, the actual level of detail on the shirt is pretty minimal. Same thing with the pants. It's actually pretty blank. But what they do is they utilize shadows really well. So that way the shadows add that extra level of detail. They add that extra level of crunch and volume to get you something like this. And so the next time you are designing your characters and you want them to feel more detailed, sometimes it's not actually adding more line work, but instead playing around with how you utilize shadows. And hopefully this one helps. I'm racking up the YouTube shorts, man. We got to go off on the YouTube shorts. I have been away from the YouTube game, but I'm back. I'm back, baby. I am back in the game. I'm locked in. You guys want to know why? Nah, there's some tea. There's some tea there. I don't know if I can share the tea. Let's just say it's the power of spite. The power of spite has compelled me to lock back into YouTube. The power of spite has compelled me to come back to the YouTube game. The king, I was away. I was chilling. But we're back. We're locked in. Someone on YouTube asks, would you recommend more gestures or structural studies in your daily practice? I would do both. I would 100% recommend you to do both, Ahmed. Mix it up. When you start to feel like you're getting too comfortable with the gestures, mix it up and go in and do more form studies. But the third thing you should do is do your own creative drawings as well. Do your own creative studies, because that's the one that I think kills a lot of beginners, man. All the beginners I see are always, you're watching the tutorials, right? You're watching the videos. I get it. It's good to watch. It's good to help. But sometimes in that span of studying, we forget to create for ourselves. Put an F in the chat if you've ever had this before. How many of you in the chat have ever felt like when you have a reference in front of you, it's super easy to draw a character, but then the moment you try to draw something for yourself without a reference or just your own idea, it doesn't look as good? F's in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes we get in this zone, right, where we are just studying, and we're like getting better technically, but we forget why we were studying in the first place, right? Part of why we were studying and studying all the fundamentals is so that you could do the things that you wanted to do, right? It wasn't so that you could draw muscle diagrams all the time. And maybe it is for some people. They want to work in the medical art field, and maybe that is the case. But more often than not, a lot of you probably, I would assume, studied the fundamentals because you had some stuff that you wanted to draw, right? You had some stuff that you wanted to draw, and for some reason or another, you were told that studying the fundamentals, practicing the anatomy, the gesture, and all those things would help. So don't forget that part. That's a very, very important part, right? When you're studying, don't just focus on the anatomical studies. Don't just focus on the gestural stuff, but also focus on you and draw the things you want to create. And that's the fastest way, I think. That's really the fastest way, I think, to grow as an artist in this day and age, is to combine the two. Okay, but really quick, I think this is mostly it for this design. You guys see that? Let me know if this was helpful to see. Chunky! He's a cutie. Okay. And then I'll get rid of the middle one, and then you guys can do the before and after. Ah! Shit. Okay. So we have a regular skinny kid. Wait, sorry. We have this kid. Then we have this version of the kid. Average. Chunky. Okay, let's do another one. Chunky ass kid. Kasem, I naturally know how to draw characters on a really good level due to being a clay sculptor. Oh, that's huge. Okay. I just had to watch your videos to remember the basics because honestly, I tried to find some of those, but it took some time to find. Thank you, Yo-Yo. It's so true though. Having 3D knowledge it's tremendous, man. It's funny because your story is not the first that I've heard of somebody who came in from the 3D sculpting space. And then when they got into drawing, they found that drawing was so much easier because they had already acquired that 3D knowledge. 3D knowledge is such a game changer in the drawing space. It's honestly underrated. I wish it was really like, I mean, it is talked about a lot, mind you. People do talk about it, but it's one of those things where the more you have it, man. Okay. Let's do this. I'm gonna move away the little thing here, and I'm gonna move away your monkey kid, and let's put these two right here, and let's see the original. Let's see what you had. Do you see it now? You see the difference? Style-wise? Proportion-wise? Thank you for the follows. Why are we getting so many follows today? Aaliyah, thank you for the follow. Beautiful name. I always thought Aaliyah was a nice name. Thank you. Thank you for the follow to Ahmed Hart. Thank you for the follow, Vox Searing and Sophia earlier. I love it. He looks like a mini fat man. You can definitely do some things to make him feel less like a fat man and more like a kid. Eyes play a big role, right? Eyes do a huge job. So like if you want to make this kid look like an adult, you give them Like the difference between drawing somebody who is a dwarf and a kid is literally just in the face and a little bit the proportions too. But like this would be like you know, like that's this guy, right? Versus like a kid, which would look more like a kid would be more wider eyed. You get what I'm saying? So it's really all in the face. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's mostly the face. There's some other tricks you can do. Like if you guys really want me to show you how to the difference between drawing a kid versus a short like a dwarf, it's very subtle. It's very subtle, but there are definitely things you could do. Oh shit, thank you for the prime sub. Guys, what is happening? We are getting so close to hitting this sub goal. Hello? How are we 11 subs away from another drawing request? We literally hit the sub goal like 2 streams ago. What are you guys doing, bro? We haven't even drawn the first drawing request yet. If you guys are not familiar, by the way, with the sub goal that we have, basically with this sub goal, if you guys hit this sub goal, you will actually unlock a community drawing request for my story Ground Zero, where you can request a drawing from me. I will then draw this out traditionally, draw your request, and then I will gift it to the community. We will do a raffle that'll give away the traditional drawing, and you guys can request almost about anything that will not get me banned on the internet. Okay, some of you have requested to draw my OCs as goth characters. Some of you have requested me to draw beach scenes. I don't know, the gamut is wide, you know. So yeah, whatever you guys are vibing with. Okay, but I'm gonna get rid of this version because we already have. Let's just do 2 versions. The skinny version and the built version, right? Cowboy Kai. Honestly, dude, I kind of want to do Cowboy Kai. Someone's going to do it before me. I already know. Dang it. I already know one of you is doing it. Wild's Paw probably is trying to do a Cowboy Kai. Cowboy Kai just sounds so good. Cowboy Kai does sound so good. I would kill it too. I would, honestly, if Ground Zero wasn't a sci-fi, we could have easily turned it to a Western. What did we get instead? Y'all want beach? You guys want beach guy? You guys said, give me the beach themed skin. I'm like, okay, fair enough. Your wish shall be granted. Honestly, it's a good request. Beach one is good. Oh, actually, no. Well, no. It's not that you guys requested it. It's what the RNG did it. Somebody suggested it. We put it down as a suggestion, and then the RNG picked it. But I think Cowboy Kai would be sick. Cowboy Adon would really look sick too. Like I can imagine Adon wearing a poncho. I think Adon's one of my favorite characters to design. I just really like I like his hairstyle a lot. If you guys don't know who my characters are, so here's Kai Valen. I think we have Adon somewhere. Do I not have it saved? Ah, shit. Adon, my boy, my boy. Can we work on him, please? One of these days, we need to work on this character. It has been too long. It has been 40 days and 40 nights since I've worked on an Adon drawing on stream. Please. His hair is really cool. He's one of my favorites. Okay, anyways, we have this. Ta-da! Okay. Next, we should do at least one more. Sorry, this took me a lot longer than I expected. I think it's because I wanted to give you guys two versions of this character. But at least you guys have a reference now of kids. Woohoo! Base template for kid design. That's a win. Honestly, cowboy themes in general. Dude, maybe I should just do that. For like fan art, is I should just draw my OCs in like different themes. You know what I'm saying? We can do cowboy theme, knights, pirate themed. Yeah, like One Piece cover arts. Actually, exactly that. Okay, well, let's continue. I'm gonna pick another one for you guys. Can we do the goth themed? Who's the people? You're the people. Now you're required to do it. Hey man, we are 11 subs away from hitting that sub goal. It's crazy how close we are, but I have a feeling it's gonna happen eventually. It's gonna happen pretty quickly. Okay, wow, thanks for the follows, guys. Jankura and hard name to say. All right, we got some more to look at today. This one right here is from Spicy. That's a really good design. I want to pick one that we haven't drawn a build for yet, right? If we get 6 subs, I'll give the last 5. This is a dangerous game we're playing here. It's a dangerous game we're playing. Hold on, what have we already done? So we have here, you know, we don't have a lot of female builds, huh? We have a lot of kids. We have we have whatever the hell Gutan is. What the heck? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Also known as Zix. Gotcha. Appreciate that, Zix. Thank you for tuning in. We have thank you. We have Gutan. We have this tall girl who looks like this. We have kids. Anything for the crew? Molly, thank you. What the hell is going on, bro? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Hello? Hello? Alex the Great. Oh man. You guys really want Huh? Yo. Thank you for hitting. Yo! Yo! What is going on right now? Oh, sheesh. Thank you for another 5 gifted subs. Hate Flayer. W's in the chat. Hello? Hello? 185 on the sub goal. Oh my goodness, bro. Yo, you guys are gonna have me drawing back to back to back traditional characters, man. I don't know what any of that means, but it's hype. I don't even know either. You will draw today. I'm drawing today. We are drawing today. Apparently, I'm here. I'm stuck here. You will be the guest on the God. Should we do it now? Let's do it now. Shit. Okay. All right, guys. Drop your requests. We've hit the sub goal. Drop your requests for the Ground Zero community drawing request. All right. And we are here with a level 5 hype train, which I don't even know what that means, bro. What does that even mean to have a level 5 hype train? All right. Request number 1 is Cowboy Kai. And here's what I'll do because we are at a sub goal hype train. What I'm going to do is also let me show you guys the characters. Okay, because some of you don't even know the characters. So we have here, let me open the recent one. We have Adon. Okay, so this is Adon here, our character who right now we're still designing his clothes. This is Adon. Oh, actually, hold on. We have the website. Let's just do the website. The Miro board. Okay, here we go. I'll say this. Goth Reyna will get 2 because Alex the Great was pushing for it. I'll say that much. And I know how much Molly Mosa would like that too. Okay. What is this? Is this a joke to you? For Honor Adon? Is this a joke to you, bro? What in the sponsored game did I just read, bro? Okay, so this is Reyna. Well, actually, technically, Reyna is going to be redesigned, so we're going to change Reyna. Okay, but this is how Reyna looks right now. Oh shit. This is how Adon looks right now. And then we have Kai. Damn, dude, this drawing is so good. Shout out to Faye. Faye's crazy. We have this version of Kai. Okay. So with that being said, what are the options that people are putting in here? Wrong one. Okay, we have a Cowboy Kai, we have a Goth Girl, Goth Reyna, I should just say. What else? Beach episode Adon. Why? Beach Adon. Oh my god, I swear on my life, if we get Beach Adon again. Devil May Cry Kai. Ooh, that could be fire. Baseball episode Kai. Wait, that's kind of a fun one. I'll do that for Molly because Molly out here, you did gift the subbies. Baseball Kai. Princess Guton. Guton's not an option. Guton's not in the main cast. What the hell? Guton's not in the main cast. What are you guys talking about? Zombie Kai? Okay, Akira Kai? Akira. Maiden Adon? No way. Why are you guys doing this to him? Okay, and Goth Reyna gets X2. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6. Let's get a few more. Devil Man Cry Baby Adon. Wait, wait. We had so many. We had Terran Kai. Oh shit, Terran Kai kind of sounds crazy. Devil Fruit Adon. hold on. So what are we picking here, guys? There's so many options here. Is it still singular characters? Yes, singular characters. Somebody said Terran Kai sounds cool. Bro, even YouTube side is saying Maiden Adon. Hold on, there's Biker Adon. I'm gonna put Biker Adon on there, bro. Put some respect on Adon. Okay, how many do we have here? We have three Adon skins, 3 Adon skin requests, 3 Kai requests, and we have 2 votes for Reyna. Can we get 2 Reyna versions? That way it's balanced out. Can we get some Reynas? Made outfit Adon? It's not made outfit Adon. I swear on my life, if it's made outfit Adon, I'm gonna crash out. I will actually crash out, bro. For Biker Reyna? You don't think you've seen Reyna? Oh, I showed you guys Reyna. Reyna is baby girl, okay? Reyna is one of my favorites. We have Biker Reyna. Okay. That's fair. And then one more Reyna. Cowgirl Reyna? Boxer Reyna. Ooh, boxer kind of sounds tough. I think Reyna as Laura Croft. Racing Reyna. Oh, Racing Reyna. No, it's gotta be. NASCAR mechanic Reyna would look so good. Okay, here it is. Here's what we have. If we roll a 1 to 2, we get Cowboy Kai. If we roll a 3 to 6, we get Goth Reyna. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Then we get here 7 to 8 is Beach Adon. 9 to 10 is Baseball Kai. 11 to 12 is Akira Kai. We get here 13 to 14 is Maid Adon. 15 to 16 is Biker Adon. 17 to 18 is Biker Reyna. And 19 to 20 is Racing Reyna. I swear on my life, if we roll a 13 or a 14, I will re-roll. This is the one that I'm gonna re-roll. Okay? I swear on my life, if we get 13, 14, I will re-roll it. One time re-roll. I get one re-roll. I get one re-roll on an option. Come on, chat. Come on. I get one re-roll. Okay. Everybody, moment of truth. Spam some emotes in the chat. Spam the emotes in the chat. Here we go. Cue intense music. Here we go. We're going to roll in 3, 2, 1. What is that? A 10? A 10? Is that a 10? Okay, we've got a winner. Baseball Kai. Wow, we're getting a lot of skins for Kai out here. Sheesh. The guy's got good RNG, man. What can he say? All right, the winner is Baseball Kai. What was the winner for last round? You said re-roll? Why is everybody saying re-roll? Why is everybody saying re-roll? 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 Are you trolling right now? Okay, hold on. Let's do a poll. Okay, re-roll, yes or no? Here we go. Why are you guys haters? Okay, one's in the chat to re-roll, two's in the chat if we don't re-roll. Type 1 or 2. Fine. I'll say we will allow this option to even vote because we did technically have Kai in the last roll. In the last prize, we already had Beach Kai. So Baseball Kai would be, wow. 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 Even YouTube side is voting this. I'm so sorry, Molly. I feel bad for you. Even new chatters are saying to reroll. What the hell? What the heck? Okay. That's fair. I don't want goth because it'd be too obvious for me to want it. I guess. Okay. Okay, we're gonna re-roll again. Everybody. Everybody. Emotes in the chat. Here we go. 3, 2, please. Anything but Made of Dawn. Anything but Made of Dawn. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god. Double tense. Yo, ain't no way. Double tens. That's crazy. I swear the dice is not rigged. I swear that the dice is not rigged. That was a re-roll 10. That's crazy. Double tens. No, double tens is not racing, Rena. Hold on. Oh, man. That's crazy. Okay. Well, there it is. The winner is Baseball Kai. That's insane. That's insane, actually. Oh, yeah. Banger song, right? Medieval. Mind you, guys, I have a whole playlist of medieval themed songs. You want to hear another one? Check this one out. All right, everybody. Baseball Kai. Dale. Oh, wrong button. Oh, wait. YouTube chat can't even hear the music. All right. Baseball Kai it is. That's crazy. 2 Kai skins. Wow. 2 Kai skins in a row, man. Hold on. Let's try the dice one more time. Just for funsies. Just for funsies. Let's see if it's another 10. Maybe it's bugged. Now see? 7. 7. Let's roll it one more time. 8. Okay. Again. 6. Gothrena! Gothrena! Yeah! Congratulations! All right. Fine, fine. Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Somebody made a good point. Somebody made a good point that maybe we should remove Kai from the option. But what we can do instead is, how about this? Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. Okay? Baseball theme has won. It's been rolled, but I will let you guys choose. Instead of it being for Kai, we can choose either for Adon or for Reina. Okay? And the next time we do this, hear me out. The next time we do this, instead of doing it for a specific character, we're going to just do themes. So we'll do cowboy theme, goth theme, beach theme, baseball theme, maid theme, or whatever. And then we can do it that way. All right? Does that sound fair? Is that fair? Because I get it. I get it. 2 back-to-back Kai skins is less than ideal. All right. Fair enough. Fair. I hear you. I hear you, chat. All right. We're going to do a poll. Okay? Here you go. Kasem, just give us a new draw on your style. I don't have time, guys. I don't have time to do new draw on your styles. Please. I barely have time to draw for myself. All right, vote 1 or 2 in the chat if you want baseball Adon or baseball Reina. Okay, baseball Adon or baseball Reina. Technically, she'd be softball, right? It'd be softball Reina. I guess so. Should be softball Reina, not baseball. I guess you could play baseball. You could do baseball Reina. You could definitely do baseball Reina. Okay. Yeah. There are male softball teams too. What am I talking about? There you go. Yeah, there's both female and male. What am I yapping about? Okay. It looks like we're doing baseball Reina. Okay. Baseball Reina it is. Thank you for the primer, Eden J. Appreciate that, Eden. Thank you. Okay. So there it is. Baseball Reina is our next skin that we have. We have that next to, oh, man, we have that. And then before then I have to do, what's the other one, chat? We have to do beach themed Adon. Or no, beach themed Kai. Why is everybody saying wait? Why are we wait for what? What? Yeah, beach Kai. My bad. All right. But going back here, we should pick somebody to draw, to break down. Yo, bro, that's crazy submission from Alex the Great. His build though, I feel like we gotta build like that though, don't we? An elderly character. We haven't done an elderly character yet. Should we do an elderly character? Maybe one elderly person. Trying to build some diversity, you know? Because we have a kid. I think maybe an elderly character would be good. I mean, this one's more of a preteen character, but hopefully that one helped. This one, Calvin, you can probably use the one that I had. If we have time, Kayla, I can help you with the back view. But honestly, the back view looks good. The back view looks good. I would raise the shoulder a little bit and just bring this down a little bit. That's it. That's it. Well, actually, no, because his shoulder's down here. It's relaxed here. And this is probably fine. And this is okay. Looks good to me. Naked guy or the old guy. So many good options. Is there an old lady? I don't see any old ladies. Oh, wait, who's this? No, that's a child. Can we do a face breakdown? Oh, like proportions of the face? Damn. You know what? Let's do that on Wednesday. I think Wednesday could be a good day to do faces. Like how to draw the faces. Let's stick with bodies today. Is this one an old one? No, that's round 1, round 2. Innocent Adu. Okay. Adu looks kind of crazy good. I'm not going to do horse anatomy though. Horse anatomy is tough. Next stream is Wednesday. Yes, next stream is Wednesday. Okay. I like how Alex has to explain himself. He says, I drew him naked so you could break the anatomy down, Kasem. That's the reason. That's the reason why he's naked, please. All right, buddy. I'm kidding, bro. I'm kidding. Yeah, bro. Somebody called you Alex the Gooner. No. Oh no. That's rough, bro. That's rough. Hey, come on. That's a little disrespectful. Wait, what happened to my hub button? Wait, hold on. I have to make a new one. How do I record again? Hall? 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 There you go. Hall? Hall? This is how I make my audios. Hall? 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 All right. Let's do the old man. Honestly, this one's pretty good. This one's a cool looking dude. All right. I'm kidding, by the way. Okay, how about this? What do you guys want to do? Should we do here? I'll give you the option of either the old man or we can do the teenage masculine average stocky weak man. I'll let you guys pick. How about that? Let's let democracy decide, all right? So we can do the old man or we can do octo man. Somebody said no shot, that's a teen. Hall? Yo, are you guys so mean, bro? All right, vote 1 or 2. Vote 1 or 2 in the chat. That's crazy. I will let the community decide. Okay, we're getting a bunch of votes actually. Getting a bunch of votes. Okay, what was the winner? Octoman. All right, give me a sec, guys. I just need to double check something. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Spend time with my dog. But it looks like Octoman is the winner. Wow. All right. I was actually not expecting that one today. Pretty impressed. BRB. 1 second. Let's do... Wait a minute. All right, we're back. We are back. And unfortunately, guys, I do have to end stream a little early. I apologize to you, Alex. I know you were eager for me to draw. But unfortunately, Panda's having a migraine right now, so I need to go help her with her migraine. Anybody here who's had a migraine before, you know it sucks. You know it is a oof. So we got to go end the stream. Got to go help take care of that. But we will be back on Wednesday stream. We will be back on Wednesday stream, and we are going to be doing probably faces. We'll talk a little bit about face expressions, maybe eyes, proportions, and all that fun stuff. But with that being said, thank you guys for tuning in on today's stream. Thank you for the sub goal that you guys hit. I'm excited to draw baseball-themed Reina and beach-themed Kai. And thanks again, everybody. I appreciate you guys tuning in on today's very hectic but informative streams. And happy drawings. I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, I'll end the stream. Bye, guys. Sorry, Alex. I know, bro.